1 or 2 minutes to see if others are joining in.
Yes, the YouTube live stream has started now.
Great. So, Alexander, would it be possible for you to switch off the video as of now? Okay, so we have a couple of people who have already joined in this room, and few on YouTube live streaming. So, Till, what do you think? Should we start off?
Yeah, let me see. It's probably not exactly now it's 4 o'clock according to my computer. My phone also says 4 o'clock, so Linux and Android tell that the session has started. Or Canonical and Google tell that the session has started. And so let's start.
Okay. So first of all, welcome everyone to Open Printing Micro Conference at Linux Plumbers 2020. This is the second time we are participating in Linux Plumbers. Last time we were there in 2019 in Portugal. So myself, Avik, I'm the program manager for Open Printing, and along with me I have Till Campeter. So we are the MC leads for the day. And we have a couple of interesting sessions lined up for today with respect to printing from the stalwarts of this printing industry. So I'll get into the details gradually. So I'll just start to upload or present the first slide of the day, which is more of a welcome slide. Okay. So I guess I'm audible and audible to everyone, right? Okay. Okay, to start off, I mean, we all have been hearing and use of print, scan, fax, and these are the things we cannot do away with, even though we are turning out, even though a conference of this big size like that of Linux Plumbers is, is virtual, where we have moved away from having, face-to-face contacts, but whatever we do, I mean, we probably can, whatever digitized, we can go into whatever, I would say that still we need print, scan, and fax, at least to some extent. We cannot live without print, scan, and fax. So this area has developed to a great extent in Linux, in the open source world for the quite few years, thanks to the wonderful works from some wonderful people. So one of the most important achievements in the area of print with respect to printing in Linux is driverless print. So it's been long that we have moved away from the concept of downloading a driver with respect to a printer. So once you buy a printer or a hardware, that requires a driver, which is basically an interface between your OS and the user. So without a driver, we couldn't think of using a hardware like printer, at least in the initial days. But now you can simply bring your printer and you can just just plug it in to your computer and you can just print out of it. Everything is driverless, everything is smooth. It works pretty easy and seamlessly, just like your pen drive that you can buy from the market. So print has been working very well with respect to driverless, but there were a couple of things which we were lacking in scan. So driverless scan was not that equipped, or we did not have driverless scan. I mean, we talked in details about driverless print earlier in our last MC in plumbers, but during that time we were talking about driverless scan. So thanks to the plumbers committee for giving us a wonderful platform to discuss about driverless scan last year. And we are very happy to say that driverless scan has, we have progressed to a great extent from there. So there has been many good developments with respect to scanning. So we are halfway done. Still there is a part of the road which is yet to be taken. So driverless scan is soon going to take reality, and it will work seamlessly like that of print. So once this is fully implemented, you can bring your scanner, you can plug it in, and you can simply scan out of it. There is no requirement of having any such scanner driver to be installed. It's a hazard. I mean, when everything is driverless, so scan should also be a driverless thing. Same is the case for fax. So for fax also, we have all. I'm happy to share that just 1 or 2 days back, we have been able to implement a part of it in cups filter. Even a part of it is left out. So driverless scan should also be a reality. So it's now all your printer is like a smart box now. And we are not stopping over here. There are going to be a lot of changes for the future with respect to printing. So the entire ecosystem of printing is going to change. We are coming up with the concept of print application which is going to replace the traditional way of printing. So we have Michael Sweet, the author of Cups, as the next speaker for this session. So Mike will be talking in details about the printer application, which is going to be the next big thing with respect to printing in Linux. That's going to change the way we all print in Linux. But from an end user perspective, probably things are not going to change that much. It will be, if you are already using driverless print, then you can still use driverless print. It's only with the internals that's that's going to be more enhanced, more equipped, and things will be made more efficient. The fifth one is 3D printing, one of the most talked about topics in the printing industry as of today. 3D printing has been it has been used to a great extent during this COVID days. I know many people have been designing many gadgets or shields and many things, and 3D printing has enabled helped in designing that. It has also changed the way you need not to think about how should be the mechanical design. You can build your small prototype out of your nice 3D printer, and you can conceptualize a bigger thing. So 3D printing is already a revolution. So open printing and the printing standards PWG is doing a lot of work in the area of 3D printing, so that we are ready for the technology of tomorrow, and we can give better platform with respect to 3D printing, and we have the technology and infrastructure ready for that. So all this we are going to talk in details in today's different sessions from some great speakers. So this is a thing. So the buzzword, if I say with respect to open printing, is driverless, driverless, and driverless. So we hate, we would not want you to install a driver. We want you, when we are, It's driverless. This I have copied this image from my last year's presentation. I had the same image, so the buzzword still remains the same. That's why I am using the same image. It's driverless. Like we have driverless cars as a new reality, that we have driverless printers. But there is a small problem which I'm going to share. We are giving you the infrastructure of everything being driverless, but are you ready? Are you ready to use that? So this is probably a challenge as of date which we are observing. So the enterprise, it's still not ready for this driverless thing. We do still observe people using the traditional way of printing. Probably, I mean, whenever there is a change, it's sometimes hard for us to make that shift or transition. But we want to assure you one thing, that like the way you used to use your printer the traditional way, driverless is the same thing. It will give you more enhanced features, enhanced improved things. So we would like everyone to use driverless and be ready for the change. So that is the thing which we observe. I mean, though we have this infrastructure, but especially with respect to enterprise segments, people still believe that the traditional way of printing is probably much more trusted and comfortable for them to use. But believe me, once you change the system and move out totally into driverless, things will improve to a much better way. It will improve to in a better way, and you will be able to leverage or use the best of the new technology. So having told that, having already set the buzzword about being driverless, so I think now it's time to shift the focus to the next speakers, even though I have 3 minutes of time. So in case anyone has questions or anything to discuss, or anything why you feel that people are not ready for this new change, you can take it up, or else we will shift to the next speaker. Okay. Yeah. So our next speaker is Michael Sweet. Mike has been, he has a lot of contribution in this area of printing, open source printing. He's the author of Cups, and he has been the architect and he has created this concept of print application, which is going to be the future next, thing in with respect to printing. So having said all that, I would like to switch it over to Mike to hear about print application. So Mike, I'm going to make you the presenter so that you have full control of the slides, and I'll keep myself in mute and I'll switch off my video. I will make you the presenter.
Okay. Okay, so how do I switch
yeah,
slides?
I will. Yeah, I will just change the slide first. So you can move to the first slide, maybe. So are you able to get the access?
I don't have control yet.
Okay, let me give you the access again. Yeah,
There
can you check now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks,
All
Mike,
right.
for.
So I'm going to talk a bit about printer applications, and there's a bunch of slides here just talking about where we've gone in the last, believe it or not, 8 months. We've gone from nothing to almost ready for a release here. And then there's two major areas that still need to be addressed, and we'll get to those in a sec here. So we have traditionally, there's been one program. It's called IPP EVE printer. It used to be called IPP server, but that got confusing when we started doing a prototype IPP server in the PWG, and so I renamed it before leaving Apple there, and so that's part of CUPS, and now it's also part of the sample code for PWG, as well as the self-certification tools for IPP Everywhere. And that's kind of like the father of all printer applications. And it did the very basics just to look like a printer, but run entirely in software. And you could hook it up to a real printer, or you could just have it send out to a file. But that was kind of like the inspiration of all this. Then LPrint, which I'm going to talk about in a second, and now Papel. So each one of those has a little bit different focus, but they all started with CUPS. And so we'll kind of tie it all together. And then there's some stuff for making sure that whatever we do is compatible with all the other mobile operating systems, including iOS and macOS, Android, Chrome, so forth. And where we go for fax and scan support, which scanning obviously is still very important. Fax less so, in my opinion, but there's still uses for it, and so see how we can best support it. So printer application is a replacement for the traditional CUPS printer driver, and for those of you who have been in this as long as I have, we started off with PPD files and this notion of the CUPS filter chain and everything, which I developed many years ago. And at the time, it was convenient because PPD files were the only things that really were these nice plain ASCII text files that you could describe printer capabilities. And obviously for PostScript printers, but I extended it so it would do it for non-PostScript printers as well. And the problem with that is we've carried along a legacy. The PPD spec was last updated in 1993, and very much PostScript-centric options and so forth. And how you print today is much different than how you printed 30 years ago. So one of the nice things as we've gone along standardizing how printers work, and in particular with internet printing protocol, how you communicate with them, whether you're on a network or on USB, we're able to have something much more general purpose. And so printer application just embodies that, so that instead of having to use PPD files or some other random format to describe how to talk to a printer and what options are available, can actually use a native protocol. And the nice thing is that means we can make all the older printers look like the current printers that support all these things. And then we don't need to have all of the legacy cruft that's been holding us back. For a printer application, the target is being an IPP Everywhere printer, and that is the standard that we developed in the printer working group. It's very closely related to what's being done for Mopria and for AirPrint, and the advantage there is that by doing this, you immediately have compatibility with Macs and iPhones and iPads and Android phones and Chrome OS devices and everything, all with one application. So it kind of is a win-win there. And it's very simple to implement these things, relatively speaking, and that's kind of the purpose of Papel, which we'll get to in a second here. Anything that's running CUPS 1.4 or later will work automatically with these. And the couple little things, and we'll talk about them in a later slide, you add in order to make it compatible with iOS and Android, and Chrome OS will go off of the IPP Everywhere support. So it really is kind of a universal way to handle printing. So IPP EVE printer, as I mentioned before, it started off being called IPP server in the test directory, and it was used as part of the CUPS automated test suite. And then printer manufacturers started using it as sample code to develop their own implementations, and then my own QA guys, when I was working at Apple, wanted to use it for their own QA, and so it started to morph and grow features, and eventually I renamed it and expanded it so that it could kind of serve as a test bed for, hey, what could we do for a printer application? And it made for a very primitive solution, but it worked, and made me start thinking about what I could do above and beyond that. Because it's part of CUPS, it uses the CUPS backends to do any communication with the printers, which kind of ties it to the old CUPS, which we don't want. And it only does one printer. There's no background mode or anything. You're running it by yourself. You make a script or whatever you want to start it up automatically, but it's very much a developer tool. So as we've gone along, since I left Apple, the IPP work group has needed additional features in this program for our own testing, and so I've been pushing those into the PWG's repositories, and I'm going to be providing pull requests to Apple to incorporate them back into CUPS, since I'm no longer directly involved with that. But some of the enhancements, the original version didn't do any resource files, things like strings files or icons. So that's been added in there, so you can actually simulate a real printer. You can copy all of its attributes and strings files and icons, and then simulate it with IPP EVE printer, which is great for a developer to be able to test against different kinds of printers without necessarily having them all in your office. And especially with COVID, it's nice to be able to just pretend that you have a big, large format printer in your office, even though you're sitting on your couch at home. So that was kind of the focus of that particular feature. And then I added system sounds for identified printer. It's only Mac OS right now, but the idea was, there should be some way to actually get something more than just a simple beep that you may or may not hear on the terminal when you have a client sending an identify printer operation to identify the printer. So that's in there, and eventually we'll do actually pop-up notifications and stuff like that. But that's all kind of for later. And one of the things too, we were developing the IPP Everywhere 1.1 self-certification tools, and as part of that, the 1.0 tools didn't test everything that was required for IPP Everywhere, and so we identified the things that were missing, and one of those was cancel my jobs wasn't being tested. Well, as it happened, cancel my jobs, which is an IPP operation, wasn't implemented in IPP EVE printer. So I added that, and also for the finishings to be able to use the newer finishing templates as opposed to the enums that you don't know exactly what they might do if it's not a standard value. So all that's been put in there. It's going to be fed back in to CUPS as well. But this is kind of like the developer tool, not something that you would necessarily use on a production basis. And in that same vein for developers, there's a clone printer script that actually goes out, gets all the printer attributes with IPP tool, gets the printer icon files, and gets the strings files so that you can actually simulate the printer, and it kind of automates things for you rather than to have to do it all by yourself. That's your developer tool. So LPrint is kind of the first full-up printer application. I kind of developed it on a dare because there was a bunch of label printer people following one of the CUPS bugs on the prepare for removing printer driver support in CUPS. And whenever that happens, we want to just have a place where we can discuss, what sorts of problems are we running into, not being able to do raw queues and printer drivers and stuff. And the label printing users were kind of up in arms because a lot of label printers use these very highly specialized languages in order to get shipping labels printed out. And in particular, UPS and FedEx and the other shipping companies will produce label files specifically for different brands of label printers. And they're highly optimized. The barcodes have to be readable and a certain size and all that sort of stuff. And so there was a lot of feedback on that bug that, hey, you know, there's no way we can do this without drivers. And I said, come on, you know, if you really need this, it's not that hard to write. And then so over Christmas break, I decided I'm going to write it. You know, nobody else is stepping up to the plate, and I'm just going to do it. So I took IPP EVE printer and I kind of stripped it down into its basic components, and then took the raster to label driver from CUPS and the USB backend code from CUPS, and put it all together so that I could have a standalone program that looked like an IPP Everywhere printer or AirPrint printer for any label printers that you wanted to use. And so that's what we get with LPrint. And you can do raw printing with this if you have label print files that were for your printer already, and it automatically detects if it's the right MIME type and all that stuff. So we know, you know, you're sending a ZPL label or an EPL label or you know, whatever language label, and it just works. And you can use it standalone, or you can use it on a network, or, you know, with your CUPS to provide printing. And that was kind of like the inspiration. Here's a printer application. It's special purpose for label printers, but it's also general purpose to provide a printing service for this particular kind of printer. And it also kind of highlighted, you know, what I thought the potential was for printer applications. So we've got LPrint, and then I started this discussion with some other people and decided, you know what, I'm not all that far off from having this general purpose printer application framework that people can use. They can put their printer drivers into this thing, and all of the stuff around it, the IPP kinds of stuff that's the same for everybody, could be put into this this library. And I thought about this a long time because I've tried to do that with CUPS itself, so that there's a lot of server functionality in libcups, but it just doesn't handle all the mechanics of having printers and jobs and so forth. So Papel takes what was an LPrint and generalized it. And you know, I had the specific goal of re-architecting LPrint so it could just be a program that used Papel as the framework for its IPP support. And we're very close to having that done. And then I also thought the same thing could be done with Gutenprint. And so one of our Google Summer of Code students is busy working on that project right now. And we're very hopeful that there will soon be a Gutenprint printer application, at least for the general purpose Epson, Canon, and so forth printers. And longer term, we'll hope to have everything for the budget die sub printers there that have some custom USB I/O requirements. And you know, basically now you can build a printer application, use this to provide all of the standard stuff, and then plug in your specific driver pieces, your own user interface as needed, and it handles all of the gory details of being an IPP printer. I'm licensing it under Apache license, with the exception to allow linking against GPL2, LGPL2 software, same license that CUPS has. Though there may be a minor addition in the notice file, since I have another project that has the same license, Mini XML, and the Apache Software Foundation had some concerns about linking Apache licensed software against it or using it in there. So I'm going to make it clear that the exception is optional. It's only there if you need it. And finally, the first release candidate, I'm hoping, right now it's looking like it's going to be September. We'll have our first release candidate for 1.0 this September, and you know, get it out as quickly as possible. Right now, there's only 2 open issues. One is documentation, which I'm working on, and the other is the support for the auto add and monitoring of USB printers for a printer application. So if you set it up, you could actually have it automatically add, if it's an Epson printer application, then automatically add any compatible Epson printers so that they're available just by installing the printer application. So here's some links here for you. The PAPL repository is the main code, and that's eventually going to move under open printing. Similarly, the HP printer application sample that is based on raster to HP. This was a Google Summer Code project, and the student did very well. And that also will end up under open printing, and is one of the examples for the documentation to show how to move a CUPS raster driver into this new framework. And then Sambov is in the process of getting the Gutenprint printer application up and running. And there's a few impedance mismatches between the Gutenprint API and PAPL that he's working through. One of which is how the raster data gets into it, and the other is the USB communication. But I'm hopeful he's going to have at least a proof of concept there soon, so that, you know, we've verified that PAPL has everything it needs for 1.0, and then we can move forward on that while the development on the Gutenprint side continues. All right, so for Mac OS and iOS, they need a little something special. Fortunately, Linux, Android, Chrome OS, and so forth all just work with the standard IPP everywhere stuff. But the Mac and iOS need to see that the printer supports Apple raster format, which the my media type is image/URF, but that's handled by CUPS, the CUPS raster API already. And you need to advertise a different subtype for it to pick up on those printers, and that's straightforward. And then the CUPS marker attributes there are used instead of the printer supply attribute that was part of IPP everywhere. And that's just a matter of the legacy of CUPS defining something for printer supplies and us using that instead of the printer supply attribute, which came later. But that printer supply is mapped off of the printer MIB, and marker, the marker attributes are more loosely modeled on that. And anyway, that's how standards go. Sometimes they split off. So that's handled automatically by PAPL. And then media call ready, media ready, that tells you what media is loaded in the printer. And for Macs, they don't care. They're going to list out all of the supported sizes. But iOS clients, the user interface only shows the media that is loaded. And that was a choice based on screen size and a bunch of other things. But essentially, the sizes that are going to be available to an iOS client are going to be the ones that are reported as loaded. And now there are some people that have just said, well, we'll just list all the sizes, and that gets a little bit confusing. But PAPL has the support in there, so you can actually be a little more descriptive or useful in that manner. You can actually have in the web interface, you can configure what media is in each tray separately from the printer if you have to. So this is all in there, and like I said, PAPL is handling all this. So If you build a printer application with Papel, then you get this for free. All right, so that brings us to fax support. So there's a specification I did 6 years ago now on how to do fax with IPP, and it's fax out and print are very similar. The main difference is that with fax, you have to specify a phone number for a recipient instead of getting pages printed out locally. So there is a spec there. AirPrint uses the fax out spec. And so there's a lot of MFPs. If they had a PC fax functionality where you could send a fax from your computer, then they also support the fax out service, and that's just a standard part of AirPrint. There's also a lot of MFPs that don't support PC fax, and so the only way to send a fax from those is to stick the hard copy on the in the auto document feeder on your printer and hit fax on the console. So the focus of this is for the MFPs that have fax support, for sending from a computer. And if we add that into Papel, it should be fairly straightforward because the driver stuff is basically the same, and it just needs one additional attribute for doing the destination. But at the same time, we should decide whether fax support like this is actually important in 2020, because in 2010, when we were looking at this, when I was at Apple, if you looked at every print job that's done from a Mac, 1 in a million were a fax job. So I don't know, how things stand today, or if things are different on Linux, but this is one of those areas where if we can do it, that's great. But if it's not important, then why do it? We have lots of other stuff that we can be writing code for. So I guess if there's anybody that has any questions or comments, I've been running off at the mouth now for 20 minutes straight, but
Right. I think if anyone has any comments, maybe you can just quickly turn on the video and ask a question to Mike.
I see some people are trying to put in stuff in the chat too, so I'll respond either way.
Oh yes, the chat is nicely filled up. Oh, no.
So Mike, this is a week. I have a small question. Okay, I think Kate is there.
No, go for it. Go for it, Avik.
Okay.
I'm just
So,
going to talk to people.
Okay. So 3D printing support will also be included in Papel, right? So any plans?
Eventually, yeah. That's kind of the question is, certain functionality makes sense to put into Papel if you're going to have multiple applications, especially that would make use of it, and certain functionality you might want to fork it off and have a Papel 3D or something if it doesn't really mesh well. But that we'll get there.
Okay. So sorry to interrupt you, Kate.
No. I told you to, please. So I completely, oops, sorry. I can turn on the camera. I completely agree with the notion of trying to figure out, is someone going to use it or not? And I'm just sort of wondering how we can actually possibly look at tackling that if we don't have sort of the information coming in. I'm just wondering if some of the distros might have it for the facsimile versus some of the other functionality.
Yeah, that would be good information. I know for how it was done in Apple was, we had that differential privacy. You know, I'm no longer at Apple, so I can't really say that we have it. But we had that so that we could actually have certain things be instrumented in the OS, and you know, had to go through all the privacy review and everything. But you know, basic information like how many times do people bring up the print dialog, and how, you know, how often do they save to a file or send an email versus actually print something on a printer or send a fax. And so we got basic statistics like that. I don't know that the same stuff exists on Linux, just because the print dialogues are, you know, part of GNOME and part of KDE, and so it's not the same level of involvement there.
Transparency or visibility, I guess.
Yeah. But maybe statistics on what packages are installed. You know, I don't know how many people install Hylafax or eFax, you know, on a particular distribution. You know, that might be an indication that, hey, we're doing facsimile, but I don't know if that's sufficient.
And the Linux print dialogues, they cannot distinguish whether a queue is a fax or whether it's a normal printer, because these dialogues do not explicitly support fax. In Ubuntu Groovy, in the next one, to 20.10, we will have a workaround which makes it possible to fax with the dialogues when selecting a fax queue. But even with that, the dialog will not recognize this is a fax. And in general, the dialog does not do any statistics on what kinds of jobs the users have done.
Okay, so this is an area to figure out. If someone can think about some good ideas. See if there's others in the distro world, in addition to the Debian and Ubuntu folk, that may have some ideas here too. Probably good, worth reaching out. But no, the Papal stuff sounds really cool. Neat work. And
Thanks.
Who was a Google Summer of Code student? You want to give them a shout out?
Pardon?
Who was a Google Summer of Code student that did the nice work? Do you want to give them a shout out?
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to really ruin their names. Sambhav was one. Lakshay was another who was working on the administrative side.
And Jay.
Yeah.
Jay, yeah.
Yes. Sambhav, I've seen he's even here in the room.
Yeah, I think Jay and Sambhav both are here in the room. So Jay and Sambhav, do you want to say anything? Jay and Sambhav, are you there?
Please don't forget to turn off the mute.
They're sitting in listen only mode, so they'll have to switch out and come back in to be able to, but they can turn their cameras on and wave at least. They should be able to do that.
Right.
Looks like Sambhav's coming back in.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But yes, they did really a great job. I mean, all three have been working very well with respect to this Papal stuff. And there has been a lot of conversations, a lot of discussions in this area. And I think we are going to have a very good stuff over here.
Yes, and Jay in the end has also worked with me on CUPS filters to make CUPS filters more supporting printer applications, and he also did great work on this side.
Yeah, it's been a very productive summer, that's for sure. I don't know if we can credit COVID for that to focus things, but it's definitely the most productive I can remember.
COVID has its influence. For example, it has made the Linux Foundation also doing a student program, and we could carry 4 students on it, especially save the IPP scan, which has failed in the first place. And also more students are looking into work from home opportunities, which are Google Summer of Code and Linux Foundation primarily. And in this way, COVID probably has helped us too here.
Almost good for good influences.
Okay, I think Jay has a message. Yeah, he probably what Kate mentioned, so he's not able to speak because he joined in the, just listen only mode. Okay, so I think we so Mike, do you have anything else to present for this
Oh yeah,
topic?
I have more
Yes,
slides
yes.
here, so
Yeah,
we can continue on. I wanted to pause here because I actually had a
sure, sure,
kind of
sure.
a question here to
Yes,
get
yes,
a
we thought it was
compliment.
already completed.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll figure out, how many people are actually still using fax in 2020, and then we can decide from there whether or not it's important enough to add fax out support into PAPL, because it's not a big amount of code, but if it's an unnecessary amount of code, we got other things we can work on. So next is scans.
We will also see what HP will tell about HPLIP, whether they want to have it in PAPL or not.
Yeah,
But they can contribute a pull request if needed.
for sure. So, and I know there's an IPP scan session, a couple after mine here. So I'm just going to say, for PAPL anyway, we did have a project scheduled for this summer, and it didn't end up going anywhere. But there's a follow-up one this fall to hopefully add in IPP scan support. Now there's a scan service specification that the late Pete Zeller had done several years ago, and basically, this allows you to scan things via IPP. And as one of the people that's been involved in development of IPP for many years now, I'm all in favor of that. However, it isn't a protocol that's actually used on any printers, and that has its major drawbacks. And another thing, for adding scan support to PAPL, because PAPL is started out the gate as a print framework, scanning goes in the opposite direction, and we'll need a different driver interface, and there's the whole question of, okay, well, if we do this, there's this notion of doing scan service with PAPL using Sane drivers, and the old adage of trying to keep it simple really rears its head here, because we start incorporating multiple different frameworks in order to do scanning, and I start to wonder what it is that we're trying to accomplish here. So I'll note here at the end here, we do have AirPrint. AirPrint uses something called ESCL, which is originally an HP protocol used in their network scanners and multifunction devices. And I don't know if we can perhaps convince HP to open this up, because right now the implementations are based on reverse engineering, but it's a fairly straightforward HTTP based protocol. Some of it is XML based. I think you might call it SOAP, but I don't know if it's quite SOAP. And it's what's in the field today. And so as much as I like the idea of a pure IPP implementation, I also question that, I'm a pragmatist at heart, and if there's something that everybody else is using already, if there's a way we can open it up and use that instead, that sounds like a better long-term solution for us. It's less work, and gets us to where we want to be, which is not needing drivers that much faster. But as far as like, if we wanted to support something like ESCL inside of PAPL, that's actually possible. We have hooks in PAPL for what we call dynamic resources. You have a resource callback that actually handles an endpoint on the HTTP side of things. And so it might actually be simpler to support scanning that way than it would be to add another IPP service. So that's another point of discussion here is, and I think in the interest of time and kind of staying on topic, maybe we can talk about that more during the scanning session. But from a PAPL standpoint, adding either one is going to be a major undertaking, and we just need to decide what the focus should be. Where are we going to go? If you're looking at any multifunction device sold today, it's going to support this ESCL. If you're looking back 5 to 10 years, there's a transition period there before scanning got added to AirPrint, where you'll still have a bunch of other vendor protocols. And then before 2010, it was everything goes. So if the goal is to support older MFPs and standalone scanners that don't use standard protocols, but we want them to look like they support standard protocols, and we need something to support that. But I think we need to decide what the right protocol is, whether that's IPP scan or if it's something else. Any questions or comments on this slide? We got a couple more after this. I see some people are typing, so I'll wait to see.
Yes, and Vic is telling that there are 5 minutes left.
But I think since the next session is off mic, so maybe we can adjust some time. It will be good to have the discussions if people are having questions.
Okay, we don't have too many slides left either here, so
Right.
I want to answer DJ's question here. So DJ asked, does any of this make it easier to write device-specific drivers for an unusual scanner? And both of these things, if there was support in PAPL for scanners, and that's kind of the direction we're moving in, you would actually be able to do just the device driver portion for the scanner in your own code, and then link it to PAPL, and then it would become accessible to anybody, both on the local system and on your network. So it kind of solves that problem of how do you make your driver and your scanner visible to people. And right now you do that with Sane, and that takes care of local, and with the Sane networking thing, you can go beyond that. But when we're looking at issues for packaging these things in the future, particularly Snapcraft or the Flatpak stuff used on the Red Hat derived systems, they're both kind of silos where you install that, and you can't be pulling in stuff from multiple other places. And so if we can find a way to package these things in a standalone form that can then be distributed in multiple ways, we've kind of solved that problem of how do we make these separate things work together, and the kind of the glue that holds it together would be PAPL or something like it for scanners. So that's kind of the focus here, is to make it possible to have a scanner driver just like we have for a printer driver, accessible to everyone, but using something different than a pipe or a name socket or whatever is being used today, where you're depending on having some system service and installing your stuff in a particular directory, and that doesn't work in the new world.
Yes, yes. I will talk about this also later on when I talk about packaging drivers.
Okay, good. So why don't I move on? We'll keep on schedule here, and if there are any other questions, I'm sure we'll have plenty of time today to answer them. So I had some Q&A time on here for a slide, which we've done, and then the resources. I'll just kind of go through these, and I don't know if these slides are published anywhere. If not, I can make sure to put them up on my website. But this is all of the GitHub repositories that have the IPP EV printer, as well as the IPP sample code webpage, and then LPrint's webpage and GitHub repository, and Papple's webpage and GitHub repositories. And at some point there will be something for Gutenprint as well, though we don't have it posted.
There's a spot on the agenda for your session here that you can go and upload these slides to, and then people can find them later. Also, people know that when you're the speaker, if you want to enable your slides to be downloaded, there's a little at the plus in the bottom corner.
Okay.
There's a way you can basically click on that and enable the download.
Yes, we have already done this all.
And
Agenda already, all today's slides, and we have already activated them all for download in BBB. So,
Oh, okay.
and the slides are also, yeah, and the slides are also there in the agenda. So anyone, if they require, they can download it from the agenda as well.
Right.
Okay. Perfect.
There should actually be a little symbol in the bottom corner where you should be able to click on, and it just downloads from when you're presenting. So anyone who's viewing can do it. So we might want to quickly cross-check that, okay, Avik?
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. So my last resource slide here before I wrap up on this presentation is the list of all the specifications. And actually, well, this is the major specifications. And then when you click into these, you end up following 15 or 25 or 100 other specifications. So a little light reading if you've never done these IPP specs before. So if there's no other questions, are we like at the 5-minute break to the start of my next one? Is that the way we were going?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but if in case if we have any questions or any items for discussion from anyone, probably we can take that up. Else, maybe as per the schedule, we have a 5-minute small break before the next session.
Okay. Are there any questions?
so if anyone wants to ask and is on mute, turn it off.
And in case if you have joined in as hear only mode, listen only mode, then probably you need to re-log in on with the other mode set on. Otherwise, you'll not be able to speak.
Yeah. Feel free to do the chat window too, because I'm happy to answer those questions.
So it seems that no one is asking anything.
Well, Vik, if you want to just load up the next.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Thank you.
I will take the presenter. I'll upload the next slide and then make you the presenter again.
All right. Well, I might as well roll ahead. Should I hold off for another couple minutes?
Maybe we can wait for another 2 minutes because, yeah.
Okay.
Three D printing was one of the most popular topics last year as well. So I just want to keep it on schedule so that everybody who had checked the schedule earlier can join in time, and so no one misses out anything.
Ubuntu tells me that we have reached the top of the hour. Google also. So I think we can start.
Let's give 1 minute till in case somebody is trying to be accustomed with the setup and joining in. So let's just give 1 more minute.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think we can start now. We have already passed 1 minute than the schedule. So I think we can start.
All righty. So next up is 3D printing. And this is going to be a little bit of background and then a whole lot of things that need to be worked on. I've been involved in different aspects of 3D printing, believe it or not, for over 20 years now. And while there's been a lot of progress, there's also been a lot of non-progress. So I'll kind of get into that as we go along here. So topics, I'm going to start off with the standards because there's so many of them. You know, only thing you need to help things along is another standard. And then there's a number of gaps specifically that need to be addressed in Linux, but just more in general for the tools to make these things more useful. So in the file format world, we have STL. That's been the format that people have used for years now. And then there was something that started out as STL2, which then morphed into AMF and is now a non-free ISO standard, though I don't think anybody knows where it's going to go from there. There's still people that love it and still people that don't. And, well, it's politics, I guess. G-code is still the de facto standard for layers for makers, if you will. Basically anything that's pushing plastic through a hot tube or apparently also concrete. So it's interesting given something that's been around for so many years. And PWG published a subset called PWG Safe G code that's there to enable interop and some level of safety, because there's certain commands, you know, that literally could set your printer on fire or rewrite the firmware on it or do all sorts of interesting things that I'm sure somebody thought was a great idea to be able to send to a printer, but isn't necessarily something that you want for that's something that's on the network where you're accepting commands remotely. And so there's a link to the standard, and I think I've got a slide at the end there that has a list of standards like I did on my previous presentation. But that's kind of, I don't want to say state of the art because we're really not trying to push it that way, but that's a nice target. If we can have a generic slicer that does this, and things like Cura and some of the others can do this, then you can actually have a common set of tools to support 3D printers that happen to implement G code. And then any of the device specific stuff, and talk a little bit about this later, but the device specific stuff can be added by the print engine that's running PAPL or IPP EVE printer, or whatever that they choose to do. And one of the newer kids on the block is something called 3MF. It started out as 3D MF, I think it was, when Microsoft first developed it, and it was kind of a 3D form version of XPS, which is a 2D XML-based solution for doing pages like PDF, but Microsoft version, and then that became OpenXPS, which was an ECMA standard for doing 2D printing and document stuff. But 3MF is a 3D version of it, and actually, in comparison, it's actually quite a nice format because it does support all the things that you need for 3D printing, and fixes the issues in STL where you can actually have all of the vertices that need to be joined listed, and then the mesh from that is all part of one data structure in the XML file versus STL, which is just draw a triangle, draw a triangle, draw a triangle, and you have to hope that you can join all the edges and everything so that it's printable. So it's got all that, and it also includes this metadata that can be extended. And this is one of the areas that the printer working group got involved in, because, hey, we've got IPP and this print job ticket and stuff, and we can actually put that into the 3MF file. So if you're just passing a 3MF file to a print service company, it can actually have all the information in it that says, oh, I need this printed in copper, and you know, the wall thickness needs to be a millimeter, and things of that nature. Whereas you know, what's been done before hasn't really had that level of control, and it's been much more closely tied to the hardware. So there's a lot of things going for 3MF, and actually 3MF, there was a consortium formed with Microsoft and Hewlett Packard and Autodesk and a gazillion other 3D players to develop that standard. And 3MF is now actually part of the Linux Foundation as of about a month ago. So it has a lot going for it. And it's free and it's open, and I think everybody involved is very much hoping that, you know, it can be taken seriously. However, ISO and some of the other standards organizations have their own format poster child, and that's PDF, And yes, that's the same 2D format that everybody's been using for printing and everything else. Well, somebody got the fine idea to add 3D content to a PDF file. And so they started off and they had one format that came from Intel called U3D or Ultimate 3D or something like that. And so that went into PDF 1.7. And then in PDF 2.0, some people said, well, no, U3D isn't sufficient for 3D printing. So we want something else. And so they got PRC. Forget what the acronym stands for. But it's another 3D format. And then they also put in there, and this is what you do for any other 3D format in case this doesn't work out. I think they were being a little bit prescient in that because a lot of people said, well, no, PRC doesn't cut it for us either. We want to use STEP NC. And STEP NC is another ISO standard that's been used for many years for manufacturing, particularly for machining of parts. And STEP NC kind of takes it to the next level to add in the modeling data so that you have the original 3D model, any layering data, if you're doing printing in layers, and so forth. And so I have the comment in here, and I'm going to stand by it. It has the best parts of AMF and the worst parts of G-code, because STEP is a machine control language. And one of the things that we've learned in the PWG over the years for 2D printing is it's a really bad idea to focus on machine-specific languages, because that necessarily means that what you do for one printer won't work in another printer. So I don't know where that's going to go, and I've voiced my other concerns with PDF being primarily a 2D format. It's hard to know if the PDF file contains 3D content. You might just have a picture of a 3D object and not necessarily an actual 3D object that's been put in there. And a lot of PDF viewers don't support 3D content or PDF manipulation programs. If you were to edit a PDF file like this that contains 3D content and you make some changes and then save it out, it might strip all that 3D content out and your PDF file has been ruined. So there's some issues there. And so I'm hoping that those issues will be addressed as time goes on. And the PWG is involved with the PDF Association, with the other standards bodies that, and US Insights, I think it is the acronym, for trying to make sure that some of these issues are addressed, because if they're not, then we're just going to have more of the same, and then there's going to be another standard. And as much as we love standards, we don't want to have a whole bunch of ones that we can't use. So that's kind of like the giant overview of file formats. There's a lot of other 3D formats that get used occasionally in 3D printing, but these are the ones that we're kind of focused on at the moment. So on the metadata format, metadata would be things like who's submitting the job, what materials do you need, what are the requirements for the printing, like as far as accuracy, precision, strength, do you want it the build plate heated, do you want the build material heated, humidity, temperature, the chamber, all sorts of things. And there's stuff in there for the basic print ticket stuff in the standard 3MF format, and then we added our own. And I see a question from John in the thing. Does 3MF contain the object license? I mean, if you mean for legal stuff for who permissions and stuff like that, I believe there is some stuff in 3MF. In the PWG job ticket, we do have all of the get the name, but anyway, all the standard metadata for tracking authors and creators and all that sort of stuff. We don't have anything in there like with PDF where you could say can be printed, can't be printed, because we're kind of focused on something that's supposed to be printed. But certainly from the standpoint of copyright, licensing, and ownership, that's all standard metadata in the PWG job ticket. Yeah, it is very much. The CC license is one of those things. Dublin core, that's the metadata I was thinking of. So anything that can be expressed, we have something called document metadata, where we have standard keywords and then anything else that you want to add in there. It's very expressive. It's meant for covering the full range of metadata that might be needed, because it's important in a lot of situations, especially with print services. And you want to make sure that your content doesn't end up on somebody else's marketplace or something. Let's see. Yeah, color in multi-filament printing is another thing. STL obviously is a single material format. 3MF and AMF and PDF all support multiple materials. And PWG job ticket tells you how to apply those materials to the data in the 3MF file, the PDF file, whatever. In addition to any surface coloring that might be specified in texture images, because you can have 3D printers that actually print, inkjet print kind of thing, so you can actually color it. You can also control the mixture of materials and the color of the materials and so forth at a higher level. So you can say, yeah, I need to use a white filament, and then the printer also has some sort of a painting or dyeing component to it to color the filament. If it's a plastic printer or if it's a bind jetter, it can actually incorporate that color right into the material that's sprayed. So yeah, there's a lot of focus being made on those things, because for both prototyping, for marketing, for novelty stuff where you want to print and get a 3D printed version of your gaming avatar, you want it to look like it's supposed to look, and the intent is to have the full fidelity. Whether or not the printers are capable of it yet, the formats are capable of it. So it'll be interesting to see where things go. All right, and ISO is working on their own 3D metadata format for PDF, and the PWG is hoping that we're going to be able to get PWG 3D print job ticket used for that. That is XML based, has a lot of support internally. At least people said, "Oh yeah, that looks great," and it's got the ability to be expanded and so forth without any compatibility issues, which is great, because who knows what other information we're going to need in the future. All right, so on the protocol front, there's a whole lot of proprietary machine control protocols out there, and sadly, there's been very little standardization, and a lot of vendors are very proud that it only works with us. I guess money and politics and everything, getting a standard protocol to be adopted is the challenge. We're hoping that we can make IPP the standard protocol for this, because it's worked so well in the 2D world, and it still leaves room for vendors to have their awesome stuff used by everybody. And in a lot of ways, if it's generic enough and expressive enough, you can use any hardware with it, which is one of the reasons why you can get a solution from vendor X to work with vendor Y and vendor Z's printers in the 2D world, we kind of want the same thing in the 3D world. So we recently updated the 3D printing extensions, and that particular specification is specifically geared at the kinds of printers that extrude their material. So that would be your normal plastic pushers, the FDM printers, as well as the concrete printers that are being used now for some construction, and a lot of really interesting stuff, especially in the transportation area, where you can 3D print a bridge, and what would normally take a year to construct could be done in a month. That's game changing. So got that. We have a prototype implementation in the sample code. In addition to the server, there's also something called IPP 3D printer, which is the version of IPP EVE printer for 3D printers that uses Cura for G-code printers, and over USB. And I don't know if you can see in the background, I have an Ultimaker 2. That's what I prototyped it on. So it's exciting to have that running, especially since it's running on a Raspberry Pi Zero, and it's still able to do the slicing. So I think that blew a few people's minds when they thought that, hey, no, you can't do that. And well, actually you can. It's not the fastest thing in the world, but 3D printing isn't all that fast either. So I think it works out. Octoprint, yeah, that's an interesting question. And there's some stuff in for IPP called the IPP Shared Infrastructure Extensions, which provide that cloud printing kind of thing, so that with Octoprint, you can send something and have it automatically picked up by your Raspberry Pi or whatever you're using to control it. And there, we have the standard protocols in place. We could actually do this so that it wouldn't matter what kind of printer you had. You could actually do all that and offload your slicing to something a little faster than the Raspberry Pi. So that's one of the things I've been moving towards, trying to get worked into Octoprint in particular, but any of those embedded controller images, and we'll see where that goes. But I've also been busy with several other projects, so we'll see where that all goes. But the stuff is there for people to start playing around with it, and I'm hopeful that that we'll see some much cooler stuff down the line than what's already been done. All right, so gaps. So there was a time back when I worked for Apple that I did a lot of prototyping with this stuff. And right now, there is no equivalent for cups for 3D printing. And there was a very brief period where we had played with the notion of, I would just add a 3D printer type bit to cups and call it a day. And very quickly decided that, no, that's not probably the best way to do things. Certainly, yeah, TJ, for sure, you have to be able to remove the previous print before you start the next one. But there's other obvious things like, you print something out on your 2D printer, it comes out pretty quick. You print it out in your 3D printer and you come back, the next morning or in the afternoon or something. If you print it in the morning, it's not something that is going to come out super quick, unless you happen to have some really massive industrial 3D printer, and then you're probably not going to be sending it from your job from your computer at this moment in time anyway. Some of those things need more power than my house. But we'll need to have something that can do the spooling, but also deal with some of the 3D specific things like, okay, your job is complete. Now please remove it and let me know when you've removed it so I can start the next job. Or having something in there for monitoring the progress with the video, like having a little pop-up video, picture-in-picture kind of thing while it's running, so that you can see, oh yeah, it's still printing, or oh, look at that spaghetti. You know, so it's some of those things that need to be addressed to make it something everybody can use. And you know, whether it's a common spooler, or if it's something like a printer application that handles that and handles the spooling for that particular printer, and then your client application, the one that's printing the content, then just connects to whatever printer is available, and kind of assumes that it can handle either spooling multiple jobs, or at least taking the one job that you've got. And I kind of like that idea. Just, you know, it makes things simpler. But you know, so we have to have something that's geared to 3D printing. And yeah, DJ, the power failure is a big issue. I've had a few times when the power's gone out in the middle of a print. And of course, I'm printing from my laptop, so it stays running, but the printer wasn't on an UPS or anything, and so it died. And the loaded filament, that's right now today. Some printers have those chips in the filament cartridges that, you know, can tell you, hey, you've got, you know, such and such a filament loaded, and it can report that. And some you have to do manual, like you would today for like a label printer or a photo printer, where it may not have the sensors to tell you what kind of media is loaded. So there are some things that we can do there to deal with that, and especially with PAPL, it has support for both protected media, or in this case materials, versus manually configured stuff. And you know, it's just a matter of making sure that the user interface is there, so that we can configure that, and then the application that's printing can see, oh yeah, I've got such and such a filament loaded, and I'll use that. Or no, I want to use, I don't want to use the white filament, I want to use the silver filament. And then for the spooler to recognize that and prompt the user to say, okay, tell me when you've loaded the filament. And so there's a lot of stuff there that we want to have covered, that isn't something we normally have to worry about with 2D. Thank you for all these comments. These are all great things. Yeah, power failure restarts are something, if they're supported by the printer, and if it's possible to restart, because sometimes if it fails right in the middle of a layer, you might not be able to cleanly restart. Personally, if I got a little desktop printer, I'll probably be putting on an UPS if I have anything important printing. But yeah. Yeah, battery backup on printers to deal with accurate restarts is an interesting thought. Most UPSs come with UPS interface or USB interfaces, so that you can monitor the power status. So it'd be interesting to see a printer that supports that, so that you can actually pause and restart, you know, at a good stopping point, versus, oh, I stopped in the middle of the layer and I'm going to try to restart right where I was, and the print head is stuck to the part that I'm printing. seem to have lost my video. I'm gonna try restarting it.
Yeah, your video is probably on a freeze mode.
Okay. There we go.
Yes, generally the live on YouTube is working well on a normal desktop machine. I have also a test with a single board computer with 1 GB of RAM. It does also the YouTube live, but somehow 1 or 2 minutes delayed.
Okay. See a few more comments coming through, and
And how is it working with concrete printers? Do they stop their printing work at the end of the workday on the construction site and start on the next day when they are not able to do it all in one day? Or have these construction sites to run 24 hours a day until the thing is ready?
so I think when it comes to the concrete printing, it depends. There's a lot of experimentation happening right now, and they're figuring out what's the best mixture and the working times and so forth. They have to wait between layers enough so that the concrete is firm enough to support the next layer, but not so long that it won't adhere, and things like that. So it's certainly the case that the that world with new materials and stuff is full of experimentation and a lot of research right now. But the whole point with us, we've been working with several Department of Transportation projects in the U.S. For 3D printing, specifically because, hey, we've got this standard subset of G code and the standard protocol and standard metadata, so that they can use common test files and then just vary the job ticket for on the IPP side to experiment with these settings and determine that, and they can share this information. They can collaborate in a way that they haven't been able to do with purely machine specific files. And that's kind of where we've been kind of pushing, is highlighting these cases so that people start thinking about it. It's like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and then how can we use it? Okay, I got some more questions here. So how prevalent is Linux and Octoprint as a controller? I think in the maker realm, it's pretty much ubiquitous. On the industrial level, I really can't say. I'm suspecting a lot of them are using QNX or some other real-time OS. Some of them are using Windows for whatever reason. But that's something that I think going forward may become less so as they see that what Linux can bring to the table, both in terms of software maturity and configurability.
Yes, I don't want to walk over a bridge built by Windows.
All right. Why don't I push forward a little bit? I got another 5 slides here. So content creation is another area that I feel is still very weak. Back when I first started doing 3D stuff, and at the time I was also working for the Navy and doing all sorts of Top Gun kinds of things and flight simulator things, and so I did a lot of 3D, and at the time, the applications that we were using to create the content were pretty limited, and things are a little bit better today, but you can see the legacy as it's come forward from simple 2D CAD to 3D CAD kinds of things. And one of the problems that you have in the 3D world for 3D printing is that if you're going to do like serious part creation and stuff like that, you have to use a CAD application, and those typically have a very steep learning curve. And it's not something that a general user is going to be able to take advantage of. And certainly, if you're trying to do this in schools and stuff, it's a lot harder. And things like Blender and other 3D animation kinds of modeling programs are better as far as your ability to create things, but you can't like specify dimensions at the level of precision that you need in many situations. So they're good for their particular area of specialization, but they're not so good for actual engineering. And so I'm seeing some of the comments here. We have OpenSCAD, which I use that too, though. And actually, for me, I'm a non-visual learner kind of guy, so I like writing code and putting in numbers and stuff, and that appeals to me. And I can make very complicated shapes and stuff from that, and the right things happen. And Tinkercad is another good one. It is simple enough to use for school children, but you reach that point where it just doesn't go any further, and sometimes you want to be able to go further. And I think with all of these applications, the multi-material support is pretty lacking. I know OpenSCAD is something that's great when you want parametric creations, but I've never found the multiple material support all that useful. I did a 3D version of the IPP logo for IPP 3D many years ago, and it's supposed to be 3 different materials, but as soon as even with the current developer snapshots, as soon as I try to export that multi-material stuff to anything, I lose all that. As soon as it does the CSG stuff, it drops all of the material coloring and everything, and we're stuck with just a single material file. And so that's something I see as well as a major lacking in the content creation areas. So you have the generic creation applications, but we also should have common libraries for doing 3D content. And on the Mac, there are a number of toolkits that they provide for generic 3D scenes and 3D content. And there are some things on the open source side as well, but I don't think there's a single standard library that everybody uses to do 3D. You have your OpenGL, and then you might have some gaming toolkit that you're using, or some other toolkit that you're incorporating to do some kind of geometry, but there's nothing that kind of pulls it all together. And so that kind of makes it hard, for example, to have a common library for taking 3D content and exporting it for print. So it'd be really great if we could come up with a way to join all the different pieces that we've got and get 3D content that can then be printed, presumably to do a 3MF file or an STL file or whatever the user needs for printing. But that way you can have a game where you can do, hey, I've got my avatar, and I done it with my special hair and face and all that stuff, And wouldn't it be cool to be able to then send off an order and get a copy of it to put on your desk? You know, those are the sorts of little, you know, trivial kinds of things, but that make it an everyday thing for people that, you know, they can be part of that. And it makes it possible for companies and developers to actually make things that are fun. So, you know, that's kind of a lack that I see on the content creation side. And then the last one here, and I've kind of played around with this, particularly in OpenSCAD, making libraries to build Lego parts. Because, well, until recently, my son was a Lego fanatic, and now he's less so. He's growing up, but to be able to do custom parts, 3D printed parts, you know, for Lego railroads or Lego robotics, is perfect in schools, for example. If you're doing some sort of a robotics program, wouldn't it be great to have some sort of a creator app that was geared towards, you know, robotics or you know, building things? So you could actually have both the standard, you know, building blocks kinds of tasks, but in addition to be able to then, oh, now, you know, we're engineering, we're using standard parts, but we're also, okay, we need a custom part for this particular area, and come up with a design and have it incorporated so it can be included in those standard kits. So that's all really great stuff. And then of course candy bar design and other things, which, you know, again, are fun, are useful, and, you know, it shows the potential for what we can do with 3D printing. A few people typing, so I'll pause for a second. Yeah, so the replacement parts, particular use case for 3D printing is a good one. I've never been one to subscribe to the idea that everyone will have a 3D printer in their home. And maybe it's because I provide too much tech support to my family, but I don't know that everyone is ready to have a 3D printer in their home, but certainly to be able to have a 3D printed part at your local hardware store or something like that is a great idea. And you know, it's something that certainly will bring a lot of those situations where, oh, I need a gear or I need a lever for some gadget that I bought 20 years ago and it just broke and I still want to keep using it, to be able to go to the store and say, here's the part, you know, the two different pieces, and 3D scan it and then print a new one, you know, from the wreckage, you know, is an awesome use for it, and environmentally and everything, it just makes a whole lot of sense. You know, I have a weed whacker that I've had to throw away because the replacement part for it, because it was the head on it that the gear had broken, and to get that replacement gear cost almost as much as a new one. And if it was something that I could actually 3D print and incorporate into that, you know, into the fix, then I would have done that. But unfortunately, this particular part, it wasn't something I could easily do that for. But you know, it's one of those things. We have this culture of replacing things, and if we can get away from that and manufacture things, whether we're doing it in our home or, you know, at a library or a hardware store, it makes, you know, what we're doing you know, we don't have to throw away so many things. We can keep things going. So it's really important that we get this stuff going. And, you know, but right now, you know, you can't install a snap that has everything you need to do 3D printing, for example. And I'd like to get to that point. Let's see some of the contents here. Resin printing. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff in the resin printing world, and also metal printing is another area where you get a lot of proprietary stuff. And from the standpoint of what we need to do on our end for software and stuff, it's the same. And standard side, we have a lot more work to do to get everybody on board there, because you're not going to be sending G code. You're going to have to send it something else. And 3MF does have a layer format that would be suitable for it. But that's something that, you know, all the proprietariness of the industry is something that we've been struggling with from day one. Because if you can come up with an open solution, not everybody is on board for that, because, hey, if it's an open standard, then how do we make money? But I think it's fortunate that in the case of our open standard, all it is how do you talk to it? If we can make it so everybody can talk to it, then you get more people wanting your stuff, and you actually need to manufacture them and sell the printers. So I'm hopeful that we can overcome that inertia, but you know, it's there, and we went through the same thing in 2D printing. So I'm confident we'll get past that. Yeah, we're not just printing the parts for the printer. You know, if we don't have a printer to begin with, it's kind of hard to get there. But I have actually printed some replacement parts for my printer for sure. Let's see, DJ, half of your non-structural parts on your motorcycle are 3D printed. That's awesome. Sahil, I think that's how you pronounce your name. Okay, environmental effects of large-scale 3D printing. So one thing that we have going for us on the, you know, for the hobby printing anyway, using PLA, at least it's semi-recyclable and reusable. Though I'm sure there's going to be some issues, you know, with quality and stuff with you know, recycling PLA. But in the grand scheme of things, right now, I don't see it as a big issue, because 3D printing isn't as widespread as the media would sometimes indicate. Certainly up and coming, but nowhere near the waste and the environmental impact of traditional manufacturing. But one of the things I do see with 3D printing helping with is in not wasting as much raw material in order to do the manufacturing. Because a lot of things, like if you get use a MacBook computer as an example here, because I used to work for Apple, but yeah, precision milled from a block of aluminum. You know, you think about the shell of your laptop, and you start with a block, and then you whittle away everything that's not a laptop. You got a lot of waste there, and I know Apple does a lot with recycling that waste, but that's the sort of thing in manufacturing where there's a certain amount of material that gets wasted, and it's non-trivial. And you know, if you're lucky, it might be 10% waste, and yeah, so it's definitely something we need to think about, in particular too. You know, what do we get with all these little particulates of filament that end up in the air and stuff? Is that good for us? Is it, you know, good for the environment? How do the plastics break down? You know, we have a whole lot of questions, and that's something that we need to work on as we go forward. Having to filter through sort of thing residing on Linux to do the slicing and creating the G code like we have cups filters. Okay, so in general, the filter mechanism for cups, and I kind of copied it from something called Impresario when I started doing cups. It was something I thought was a neat idea, and it's been very useful in the 2D space when we had drivers. When it comes to 3D slicing, I see it less useful there. Certainly converting from one 3D format to another is something that's useful, and particularly when you're taking things like STL or other formats that don't guarantee that your models are watertight, can be printed. There you're probably going to need some sort of a front-end pre-filtering system, but I don't necessarily see that as a pipe kind of thing with multiple processes. I see that more as here is a plugin that you're using that either takes it from memory or from a common file format and then spits out another common file format with the changes applied. And because the size of the data and the complexity of processing it, I would suspect that we'd want to preserve those steps and not just, stream it from one to the other and throw away the intermediate results. Brett, what about tools for doing initial calibration of printers? So absolutely, and that's where the standardization comes in. Be able to either have a web interface for the printer, or if you're doing like a printer application, you can have it from there to be able to do the printer maintenance, printer calibrations, things of that nature. We have the same thing in the 2D world, and usually have step-by-step instructions. And like on my Ultimaker there, it's got the little LCD on the front. If you're to do the calibration there, it walks you through it. And absolutely want to be able to have that as part of anything that we do. And it's not specifically a gap that we have to address at this level, but it's certainly, if we're going to have something like a printer application, that printer application has to be able to provide that functionality, because it's the front end for the printer. Okay, so James, doing fuel tanks, doing wood metal form to form the tank around them, and then mend the metal out from the inside of the tank. I've not heard of anyone specifically doing that with 3D printing, certainly for doing like halves of an object and then gluing the pieces together, because it made it possible to print. Yeah, there should be tools for doing that, so that you can create your model, and then you can say, okay, when I print this, I need to slice this down the middle and print the two separate halves, and then join them together, and maybe even have something so that when you print it, they have interlocking bits to align them. So that's all good stuff there. Alexander, there's a lot of websites dedicated for sharing 3D printable things. Certainly not Facebook, but the nearest thing to it, like Thingiverse, yeah. But I think it would be even better to have above and beyond that, have tools that are available on a website, because a lot of times you're submitting something to a company like Shapeways to get it 3D printed, but to have the tools to prepare the content for that would be awesome. Right now you're kind of doing it with whatever you can find, and that's not always sufficient. All right, I think I'm running out of time here, so let me just push forward here. We got a Q&A. I got the resources here. These are all the links to the different standards. And I apologize, anything that has ISO.org, that's to the abstract for the document, and you have to pay for it. Sucks. But for a lot of these things, you'll be able to actually download the real spec, like for 3MF, for the U3D, for the PWG specs, the STL format. All those are freely available. And then metadata is that 3D job ticket schema, and there's a viewable one as well on the PWG website, and the IPP 3D, and I probably should have included shared infrastructure extensions for the cloud stuff, but basically that kind of normalizes things so that you can actually specify my printer, and these are my materials, and these are the G-code extensions that I support and things of that nature. And then sample code, which has in there a transform program for doing 3D slicing that currently supports Kira, and I have some plans to support some other slicers, but that's kind of like the prototyping point for getting like a Raspberry Pi to slice or to pull it from the cloud. Okay, and Avik has posted a URL for the Open Printing website for upcoming technologies for 3D printing.
So yeah, in case I mean because of time, if there is any other discussion which remains unanswered or undiscussed, so maybe we can use this link where we can discuss maybe for a longer period of time. So we have created some blog post in our site, so so to continue the discussion, so maybe that can also be used. Oh,
All right. Well, hand the ball over to whomever is going to be
Alex.
next.
okay. I'll take the presenter from you, Mike, and upload the next slides. Thank you very much, Mike, for your very nice presentations on printer applications and 3D printing.
Thank you also from me. Were two great presentations, and you induced a great discussion about 3D printing.
Okay, so I will. Yeah, I'll give you the presenter rights, Alex.
Doesn't work yet.
Yeah, so somehow it's not allowing me. So Till, can you just try from your end if you can, you know, if you're able to give Alex the presenter rights?
Yes, yes, I will do so.
Oh, I think I got it. Yeah, Alexander, you have the presenter rights now.
Yes, I see. Can we take 2 minutes pause?
Time, but it did not break anything. You have the presenter rights now.
Yes. Can we take small break for now?
Yeah, sure. We can take a 5 minutes break. So I'll just put up the break slide now.
Okay, I will be back in 2 or 3 minutes. Okay.
Sure. So, Alexander, are you able to control the slides?
Yes.
Okay, great. Do let us know once you want to start.
Okay. Can I start now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yes, please start.
Okay. Hello to everybody. My name is Alexander Pevner, and today I will speak a little bit about driverless scanning in the Linux. First of all, let me tell a few words about myself. It's my first open source project. Previously, I was industrial programmer with 30 years of experience, mostly focused on system software, on networking, on software that works with hardware. Worked a lot with hardware engineers to get things working. And now it's my first open source project, which I began when I've got a scanner simply not supported by Linux. And it was very interesting way and very interesting experience from first lines of code to the software recognized by major distros used by many people. Then what's driverless scanning? Many words was spoken about it. I will speak a few words too. Obviously, we still need a driver because without driver nothing works. But it's very generic driver. It works with a large class of devices. Every device that supports driverless scanning expected to work regardless of its vendor, regardless of its model. It can be compared with USB flash, for example. You just buy it from any vendor, you install it in your computer, it just works. You don't worry about drivers. Current state of the art. In the ideal world, there should be just one protocol for single class of devices. One protocol for scanning, one for printing, one for USB flash. In the real world, we have 4 protocols just now. We have EACL from Apple. We have web services for devices from Microsoft. We have IPP scan from Printer Working Group. And we have Twine Direct from Twine Group. The important value of having all this is that scanner became codified as a programmable object. We have a very good, very established model of what is scanner. from the software point of view. We know we have a list of standard options similar for all protocols, a list of standard operations. And it helps a lot to write application level programs which can take full control of device. Now, a few words about each of protocols. First, ESCL. It came from Apple World and a part of Apple AirPrint standard, also known as Apple AirScan. Unlike printing part of AirPrint, specification was never published, so all we know is based on reverse engineering. It fits quite well into standard ecosystems. For example, it relies on DNSSD for device discovery, uses XML to encode commands and options and device capabilities, and supported by every Apple device, by every Apple gadget. You can take iPhone and scan from your compatible scanner. And from Android 2, it's known as Mopria. This is essentially the same. Web services for devices, also known as WSScan. This is it came from Microsoft and natively supported by Windows and only by Windows. Specification is available, it's published, it's not secret. It also published as Web Consortium standard, and this is slightly different protocol. It uses slightly different XML namespaces, for example. My device supports both dialects, but Windows uses only Microsoft version. So my driver also uses only Microsoft version because I believe it's better tested for compatibility. It's also XML based. Microsoft is entire own universe. It has its own discovery protocol, not compatible with the NSSD, not compatible with anything else, just everything own. Use XML features very extensively, use XML namespaces. Different part of request belong to different namespace. Specification is very hard to read, and hardware implementations in general more buggy, probably because complexity of the protocol in comparison to ESCL. IPP scan. It doesn't exist in a formal implementation. We're currently working on it. It's created by printing working group. It's fully documented. Technically, it's extension of IPP standard for scanning. Fits well existing ecosystem, relies on DNSSD for device discovery. Uses IPP binary representation for all messaging. And as I already told it doesn't exist as implementation, only as a specification. And Twine Direct. Twine Direct created by Twine Working Group. Is based on Google Cloud Print, like IPP Scan based on IPP Print. Documentation is available. It can be used for both local and cloud and remote cloud scanning. Also relies on DNSSD for device discovery. Uses, unlike other protocols, it uses JSON messages for communication with device. And exists in a form of simulator for Windows, which is free, but sources are not open. I have exchanged quite a few emails with Twine Working Group, And they told me that there is some interest from hardware vendors, so maybe in a year or two we will see implementation in hardware, but maybe not. Nobody knows. Previously, I was speaking about networking protocols, but there are also devices connected to USB which don't have network connection. They are also available for driverless printing and driverless scanning. We have IPP over USB, which is essentially HTTP over USB, and everything that works over HTTP works over USB with this protocol. And now it works perfectly well in Linux. So everything expected to work except WSD, which doesn't work over USB. It's limitation from web services side. Well, now I will speak a little bit about implementation. It's a Sane-airscan backend which was written by me. It implements the standard Sane backend, and so it's compatible with all existing infrastructure, with any existing client. It supports ACL and WSD in the same driver, in the same backend. If device supports both protocols, it will appear only once in the list, which is, I think, very convenient for users. For DNSSD discovery, it uses Avachi, and it contains own implementation of WSD discovery just on the top of sockets. It's extensible. New similar protocol can easily be added to it, and adding of IPP scan is planned in the nearest future as a student project. Few words about architecture. Of course, I will not explain you every line of code, but will tell a little bit. It essentially it's a relatively big backend. It contains 20,000 of C code, which is larger than typical Sane backend. It consists of discovery engine, protocol independent state machine, protocol handlers for various protocols, login system, which is very important for troubleshooting without physical access to hardware, and various supporting infrastructure like HTTP client, memory management system, and so on and so on. Discovery. Which problems does it solve? First of all, to find a device, it's simple and obvious. Then, every device may appear in many instances. One for the EACL, one for web services, one for IP4, one for IP6, one for HTTP, and one for HTTPS. And we'll know, if we will show all these many devices to the user will be shocked, I think. So important part is to merge it all together and show one physical device as one item in the list of available devices. So driver take a responsibility to choose the best protocol, the best connection method to simplify life of user. Another problem, web services use very user-unfriendly namespace. every DNS-SD device have a friendly name, which is a network name, but human readable. The name of web services device is just UID. But typically device will be available as in the both words, even if it doesn't support ECL, it will be IPP printer and will advertise itself somehow into the DNS-SD world. And in this case, name will come from DNS-SD world, even if we speak web services protocol. And only if device doesn't appear as DNS-SD device, the name will be based on model name. And the third thing is discovery speed. DNS-SD is fast because it simply reads Avahi cache. Web services is not fast. It must send enough multicast and wait enough time to be sure that no devices are lost. So to speed up this process, my backend uses hinting from DNS-SD. If we see a device on the DNS-SD that is printer and that advertises that it has scanning capabilities, we will wait until it's as a scanner. Of course, it's a heuristical approach and can miss some device, so it can be switched via configuration file, but practically it works very well. I still got no complaint about its reliability. Protocol independent state machine. Fortunately, all protocols have the very similar workflow. So all complexity can be done on a protocol independent manner and common for all protocols. And this piece of software takes more code than protocol handlers. Protocol handlers relatively simple and small. Protocol handlers, they are small. Their responsibility basically is to create a request, which protocol independent part will deliver to the scanner, will obtain the response, and send it back to protocol handler to decode. Protocol handler decodes it and tells what to do next. Is it success? Is it failure? Do we have image now? What should we do next? And common part does it and comes back to protocol handler with the next request and next response. So protocol handlers, we have now 2 of them. It's about 1,000 lines of code each, not very big, and easy to implement next one. Now logging subsystem. It's very important to have good logging subsystem because in most cases I have to debug by electronic mail. And problems often very not trivial because there are a lot of bugs in firmware. Protocols are simple, but bugs can be unexpected. For example, some devices have broken XML parser. So if enabled, logger can gather the entire protocol trace with everything sent to device, with everything received from device, with every binary data, every XML data. And user in trouble can simply enable this feature, collect 2 files, sent to me, and I have full visibility what's going on. And it's really simple and convenient. And supporting infrastructure, it's not too much things I should tell about. It's HTTP client, it's memory management system, and things like this. Now I will tell you a little bit about future directions. On this picture, we see the current architecture of scanning subsystem in Linux. We have client application, front end, it's a simple scan or Xen or something like this. It's linked to libsane DLL. It's a simple dispatcher which allows to use many drivers simultaneously. It directly loads drivers, and drivers directly speak to hardware. Everything in one process. If we have two applications, we have all stack in two applications independently. This is what we will have in the future. We add one daemon process to the picture, which speaks to drivers. And clean applications speak to this process via network, via loopback network, most likely. And we use overhead daemon as signaling bus for discovery. When device is discovered, client app knows it through overhead, which it gives us. First of all, faster startup. Currently, when you start simple scan, all drivers loaded, all drivers initialized, all drivers began discovery. Most of them find nothing, but it takes several seconds. In the future architecture, scanning daemon started early, far before user can want to scan, and all initialization performed early. So when users start simple scan, everything is ready. No more access denied problems for USB devices, because daemon will have enough privileges for USB bus access, and we will not need to expose USB to everybody, which is dangerous. We can change Sane application interface without need to rewrite every hardware driver. We have a lot of hardware legacy drivers, and if we want to add one function, we need to add it to every driver. With this new approach, it's not so. All applications will use Sane-airscan as IPP scan driver, and with hardware drivers, only server will work. So if we want to add one function, we add it to one place and perform emulation in one place. And the next thing, now we will be able to pack scanner drivers as snaps. Till will speak more about it in his presentation. But idea is following: every snap is isolated environment, and we cannot put existing same driver, which is DLL, into snap and use it from different snap with application. But if they communicate through network, they can communicate. So it enables packaging of scanner drivers into snaps. Yes. And the next question: why we use IPP scan protocol while there are two established protocols? ESL is not documented because so we cannot rely on it. WSD is a protocol from another universe. It doesn't fit well existing ecosystem. IPP is very well written, very well established standard, fits existing ecosystem very well, and backed with a respectable organization, printer working group. And we hope eventually hardware vendors will support it in hardware like they do support IPP printing. Want to thank everybody for attention, and thank you very much. And if you have any question, you are welcome to ask them. Hello.
Yeah, so if you have any questions, you can ask Alexander. And in case you want to discuss any topic, you can also, post. I'll send the link. You can also post the link here. You can also post the discussion topic here, and maybe we can go on discussing there as well.
Is someone actually using this new Twain thingy? I've never heard about it before. I've seen your slides.
One of my users asked me, do I plan to support it? I decided to look to specs. To download specs, I had to leave email. They contacted me. I asked them this question, and they answered that yes, Panasonic works on it currently, and Hewlett-Packard plan to work. This is all that I know. I don't quite understand their relations with Google and with Google Print, with Google Cloud Print. If Google is interested, it will be established standard. Otherwise, probably not.
Yes, there was never ever has been a Google Cloud Scan, only a Google Cloud Print. And Google Cloud Print is already discontinued. We can enjoy it for 4 months. When this year is over, Google Cloud Print is over.
Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, but I think there are a lot of good things happening in the space of Chrome with respect to native printing. So maybe we can initiate a discussion with the Google team. I know the folks who are working on the print stuff, native print stuff in Chrome. Maybe we can initiate a discussion and get to know their thoughts on with respect to driverless scanning. So it will be a good thing for them as well. I know they are working on a couple of good things with respect to printing, native printing.
I think remote printing is much more useful than remote scanning, because with remote printing I can send document to my office, for example, and when I'm out of office, and it will be printed. But how to use it with scanner? Somebody needs to put paper to device.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
For
So,
scanning,
but
it really does not make sense. When you do scanning on a network scanner, you usually go with your document to the scanner and control the device by its front panel and tell the device to email the scan to your computer.
there is another way of sending profiles as well. So you can send scan profiles to your device. So the profile resides there. You go to your op panel, you select the profile, and then put in the documents, and it scans and sends it to the host. So the profile scanning is also there. So it's not always that you put it in the scan bed and then send it. So it's the other way around. So you are in your seat from where you have sent a scan profile. Say you're trying to print a PDF with maybe a specific resolution or something. You go to the printer, then put in your documents and scan.
Okay.
Okay. So thanks, Alexander, for your very nice presentation. So if anyone doesn't have any other question, we can move to the next topic,
Yes,
which is
also
package
thanks from me.
from Till.
Great presentation, and also thanks for all your great work, which initially made us it possible for us to do actually driverless scanning, and also to have a reliable IPP over USB.
Right. So last time when we were speaking in Plumbers, we didn't have too much of clarity with respect to IPP scan on the future. But this year, many things are clear, and we now do have a direction. So it's all because of the work from Alexander. Okay. So Till, are you taking the presenter rights?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Probably.
I disconnect camera in this case.
Probably we overshot the break time. So Till, do you want to take a short break of 2 to 3 minutes, or want to continue from here?
I can right away continue.
Okay, maybe we can have a 5 minutes break after your session and then start the next one.
Yes, yes. Yes, this one.
I'll upload the slide for you.
Yes, yes, I've switched it now.
Okay, great.
Yes, here. Yes, now I have it put to the beginning. So, yes. I will talk now about designing and packaging printer and scanner drivers. Many, many years ago, I had already written about it, but in a very different context, when we were in the dark old times of the LSB. But now we have something much better and much nicer. And so we have a new guidelines for designing and packaging printer and scanner drivers. And now hopefully that it will get widely adopted. Yes, what we had before are the classical printer drivers. And one moment, please. No, this function is not available. Yes, we have the classical printer drivers. And these printer drivers, why is this? It is somehow always jumping. This does not work. I'm now finding out how, yes, I have to leave it this way, because otherwise it simply jumps somehow it got lost. Now it's reconnected. Yes, we have the classical printer and scanner drivers. And the classical printer driver is that we have a CUPS driver. And it contains yes, I have a little bit of a problem, because I can spin the slides only when they are very tiny on my screen, and I cannot read them. When I make them big, I lose the connection to the keyboard. So it can be that I'm a little bit off what is on the slides and what I'm actually saying, because I found an interface bug here. And yes, when I make the slides big, they jump to slide number 4. And this is not what we want to have. And then they are stuck on slide number 4. So, I mean big for me, not for you. It's only my interface. Yes, this the classical CUPS drivers, they are a PPD file and filters and sometimes also backends, and everything has to be in very defined directories defined by CUPS. And in the classical Debian or RPM distro, it is easy to simply drop these files by the installation of a package into the correct directories, and you have the driver available. But the problem is, in this RPM and Debian world, your driver binaries, they are especially built for this distribution, because the distribution provides the layout of CUPS, it provides the libraries and so on. And you have also the different package formats, RPM, Debian, and even more, and different versions of distributions, which vary from version to version. And so the printer manufacturer has to do lots and lots and lots of different packages to allow their drivers to work on different distributions, which is a nightmare, which makes many hardware manufacturers giving up on making Linux drivers for their hardware. In scanner drivers, it's very similar, as in scanner drivers, the drivers are shared libraries. First, they have to be binary compatible to the clients, to the Sane front ends on the distro. And so that the client finds them, they have also been dropped into a predefined directory for Sane. And so we have a similar problem as with CUPS drivers. And the next step is, perhaps one moment, please. How can I do that? Where is mine? Here. Ah, yes, I can do. I found a solution. I simply open the slides separately. Yes, and then as I told for the packaging, that the binary packages are dependent on the distribution, and so on. This was a big nightmare. Now, what we want first. Sandboxed packaging. It's something which I think is also already done on Android phones with the apps. And I think on Apple, I'm not sure, but it's probably the same way. Every package has some restricted space where all the packages files are inside in a static file system, and including their dependencies and libraries and so on. And so this file system is enclosed in some protective wall, mainly UpArmor, which restricts it so that that the programs can only only access the sandboxed file system itself and not the system itself. To the system, they need very defined communication interfaces. This at first makes the package distribution independent, as each package brings its own dependencies, so one does not need to rely on libraries and library versions on distributions. Then it is more security, as the package's executables cannot simply access everything in the system, but have very defined communication channels, the so-called interfaces. And this also, a sandboxed package can also work due to the fact that it cannot access the system's file system. It has no necessity to access the system's file system or the file system of any of the system's components. So the system could be all snaps, all snap, all sandboxed packages, and the sandboxed packages still works in it too. And it has also disadvantages. So if you have a snapped cups, for example, the cups in a sandbox, you cannot drop any files into the cups file system. And so this sandboxed cups only accepts printer applications as drivers and does not accept classic driver packages. So if we want to switch over a distribution to a sandboxed cups, at first we must complete the design and development of printer applications so that we can convert all existing drivers into printer applications. Yes, snaps, they can really only communicate with other processes through IP, network protocols, where IPP is one of them, or also HTTP of ESCL, and through dbus, not by file systems. And cups itself, at least what Mike's intentions are, I don't know whether Apple will follow Mike now, is that cups itself has deprecated PPD files, and now they were several months ago they started threatening the next major release of cups has no PPD file support anymore. And this means that we cannot use the classic printer drivers, even if the cups is installed by a Debian or RPM package, and therefore its file system is fully accessible. So we also have to use printer applications because of this. Avik, I have some problem as I'm externally looking at the slides and not on the slides of BBB. Can you take the speaker role so that you can spin the slides? He's not hearing me. So. This one. So the new architecture, we have printer and scan. We will have printer and scanner applications which emulate which emulate an IPP device. And this is easily snappable because it's simply only communicating by IPP, which is an IP network protocol. It has easy multifunction device support because these IPP emulating applications, they are supporting both printing and scanning and even fax. So you can have one for a multifunction device. Then we have a web admin interface. This allows any device or vendor specific graphical user interface, for example, to configure special options which you cannot access by IPP. And the whole thing exactly behaves like a network multifunction device. You have everything accessible by IPP for printing and scanning and for fax. And you have also the web and administration interface. So it's nothing different as if you have a physical network printer. And it does not even, thanks to IPP over USB, it does not even matter whether, no, this was wrong, sorry. So cups. Yes, we will continue to use cups for printing. As I talked on the open printing mailing list about this new architecture printer and scanner applications, I got the question from Johannes Meixner, a maintainer of printing on SUSE, whether this new architecture will eliminate cups, because the printer application seems to be a complete IPP printer which does everything for us. But this is not actually the case. As cups, once is a spooler, the jobs get spooled, the application sends a job, and the job does not need to be immediately eaten up by the printer and printed, but cups can spools in a queue, so the application gets free, even if the printer's printing something else and the printer's a cheaper model which does not spool by itself. And also, cups does pre-filtering. The printer applications take certain input formats, and it does not necessarily be that the standard format PDF is under these formats. There can be printer application which only accept raster formats. And also, there can be some legacy applications, for example, which send print jobs in PostScript, and no printer application will accept PostScript as input format. And for that, we will need pre-filtering, also for more complex PDF filtering, so that we can do number up, we can select pages, we can do even, odd, reverse order. And also if we have a field in PDF form, so that the field in data gets flattened out and gets integral part of the PDF, so that it is assured that the field in data is printed in the resulting printout. And therefore, we still need cups. Also, cups is providing nice convenience APIs for print dialogues. And if the GTK developers are finally using either the correct APIs or common print dialog backends, then print dialogues will work perfectly also with the new architecture. So cups, and for scanning, it can be that users will in the future not see Sane anymore. As for scanning, we will use scanner applications in the future. So an emulation of an IPP scanner, as Alexander already told about. And this application is the scanner driver, or we have a scanner which uses some of the standard protocols which we can already directly scan on. And the applications this scanner application is nicely snappable. The applications, the front-end applications, the GUI applications currently using Sane as a Sane front end, they can be snapped, sandbox packaged together with Sane-airscan. And so we have a retrofit to the IPP scanner applications. And so a user application Snap can scan on scanner applications. In the future, we do not need Sane in the user applications anymore. The user applications could do IPP scan directly. And so the standard Linux protocol for scanning will be IPP scan and not Sane anymore. Sane will be hidden in the scanner applications to retrofit all the classic scanner drivers so that the legacy scanners continue to work without rewriting drivers. So any questions? So then I will continue. So this means we need to package drivers for printers and scanners in printer and scanner applications. And it perhaps sounds a little bit complex that you have to program an emulation of an IPP multifunction device now, if you want to simply have a printer or scanner driver. But there are a lot of development tools which make it easy for us. The first of all is Puppet, and Mike Sweet has already explained it and how it works and what it offers. And so this is the main point where we start the programming of a printer or scanner application. It gives us a daemon, it gives us the web admin interface, it gives us the IPP server emulation, it gives us job handling, it gives us answering all IPP requests, especially the get printer attributes, which tells the capabilities to the client of this printer or of the scanner. And it does the printer discovery and setup for us, especially automatically on daemon start, so that the user installs the printer application Snap, and immediately his printer is available for printing on it. And only what is specific to supported devices needs to be implemented by the developer of the driver. And these pieces he plugs into the Puppet structure, mainly by callback functions. And so it is easy to make a printer or scanner driver in the form of a printer application or scanner application. And there's also, as example, as Michael Sweet already told, a printer application for an HP PCL raster driver, so that you can see how it will more or less programmed. And now I've looked into this and seen that for a PostScript and looked in how will I develop a PostScript printer application to retrofit all the PPDs and to make all the PostScript printers working. And as the maintainer of CUPS filters, I've seen that a lot of it What we need for that is in libcups and also in the cups filters of cups filters. And so I have started to add infrastructure development tools for printer applications into cups filters and restructure the cups filters package so that it's friendly for programming for programming printer applications and even scanner applications. And for all this, I've started the development of of the second generation of cups filters 2.x. And I hope by the end of the year, I will be able to do a first beta release. So more or less when Mike is releasing Puppel 1.0, I want to come with cups filters 2.0 so that we get all the tools to make printer applications. In libcups filters, I've introduced the concept of filter functions. All the cups filters, which are now external executables, will be turned into filter functions so that you can call them as a function and do not need to start an external executable, which is a lot of overhead. You have to turn IPP attributes or option lists into strings, and we turn this into option lists when inside the filter and so on. And to remove all this overhead, I want to have it directly callable functions. So these serve in the printer application to convert data formats. For example, for a PostScript printer to turn PDF and PostScript, and also to insert the PostScript snippets to implement the options for a PostScript printer from the PPD file into the PostScript data stream. And so this way also I reuse all the hard coding and debugging work of the last 2 decades for the new generation of printer applications. And many filters are already converted, others will be converted. So PDF to PDF, PDF to PS, PS to PS, raster to PS, raster to PDF, all will be turned into filter functions. There will be wrappers that we can still use them as cups filters, but the wrappers are very short and simple. So, and it will also be possible to chain the filter functions one after the other. For example, if there's no direct filter function for a specific transfer of one protocol to another. And all the filter functions have in common, they have the same scheme how they are called. They take an input data stream, they take an output data stream, they take job attributes or options, they take printer capabilities, they take a link to a log function so that you can decide as the printer application programmer how you do the logging for debugging. And they also allow a pointer to a data structure for filter specific parameters. On the non-filter specific parameters in a filter chain, you usually supply the same set of parameters to all the filters. And only for the filter specific parameters you supply individually for each filter. So this means you will have filters for all format conversion needs. Then I will add some auxiliary functions depending what is needed, like IPP attribute handling or calling filter functions from a Puppel filter. This will get added as needed, and on the current work on printer applications, we will find out what exactly will go in. Then I have introduced libppd, a new library. I have copied over all the functions of libcubs regarding PPDs, because these functions are supposed to go away in the original cubs, and I need them for retrofitting PostScript printers and also classic drivers. So libppd is only needed for retrofitting. Don't use it when you make a native printer application. And for retrofitting, I have also added some functions which I have also taken over out of the IPP EVE printer. Once a function which converts a PPD file into the answer for the get printer attributes request, and another function which will convert IPP attributes into PPD options. So everything needed for retrofitting classic drivers. Can be more stuff added as needed. And cubs filters, as we will snap printer applications, we will not use a system's cubs filters, but every printer application will bring its own cubs filter. So every printer application can build cubs filters individually. And so I give the possibility, it is not yet implemented, but it will come for 2.0, so that you can, by configure command line option, decide which parts of cubs filters you want to have. You can say, do not want to have libppd, I do not want to use libqpdf, I do not want to use GhostScript or Poplar, and so only the needed part of cubs filters you need to include into your printer application snap. So are there any questions? I don't see anything new in the list. So and another tool is Snapcraft. As you have your print application, you want to make a snap out of it, so that you have a sandbox package. And Snapcraft is more or less the package builder. So it's a little bit similar as you make RPM or Debian packages. You have also a package builder, and you give the package builder instructions in a file. The spec file for RPM, and the rules and control files for Debian. And in Snapcraft, there's also such a thing. It's called snapcraft.yaml. And there you put instructions in to generate a snap. And the sample HP raster driver project has also a Snapcraft.yaml, so you can see how it has to look like, and you can build a snap from this HP raster driver. The printer application will be packaged in a snap, will get distribution independent, and you upload it into the Snap Store, and so it's easily available for everyone. Everyone who has installed Snapd on his machine, he can install and run snaps, any snap, and he has access to the Snap Store so that he can download snaps. So it will get as easy as installing apps on a phone. But in contrary to RPM and Debian packages, I already told that it's sandboxed and it is distribution independent, and so you communicate with the outside world only over defined interfaces. For the client, it is the network interface for IPP. And to connect to the device, there are also interfaces like USB RAW, and you have also the AVI control interface. This is also important that the snap advertises itself in US, and so you can put a printer or scanner driver actually into a snap so that it works, and you have the security that it's sandboxed, that it cannot access the user system's file system. And only the snap communicates with, or only the printer application snap communicates with the device. The client only with the printer application, and the printer application this way is a network printer for the client or network scanner. And under development by the Snapcraft team, so-called plugins and extensions for Snapcraft, so that snapping printer drivers will get even easier than it is now, so that it works really in a snap. So that you don't need to rewrite the same instructions again and again in your Snapcraft YAML file when you simply snap a printer application. And also it is planned for the Snap Store, and I've already presented this idea to the Snap Store team, that one can have snap searches by hardware signature, so that when a printer on a system is discovered, the snap in the Snap Store with a driver for it can be very easily be found and even automatically installed. But the work on this has not started yet. There's only a discussion thread on the Snapcraft forum about it. Any questions to the tools? So then I'm going on. For some design guidelines. There were also some questions about how print applications should look like and how to handle that. There are several devices, and then there are several manufacturers and free software projects and so on. And so the guidelines are the following. One printer application, one printer or scanner application, you pack into one snap. So you don't make a snap which contains tons of different printer and scanner applications. This is simply that you don't occupy a lot of ports and network resources when you have so many printer applications. And printer, scanner, and fax support can be in a single application. So if you want to support multifunction devices, for example, as a printer manufacturer, you can put all the printer, scanner, and fax support into one single printer application. For example, HP with HPLIP, I recommend them to put HPLIP into one single printer application to support everything. And recommended is also one printer scanner application per free software project or per manufacturer or manufacturer's product line. So for example, this can happen then that on some multifunction devices, printing and scanning comes from different printer applications. For example, if you have a legacy device and all Sane drivers are retrofitted into the Sane scanner applications, and Gutenprint, for example, is made a native printer application of, then you can have a multifunction device be served by different applications. But here it is easier and better for the projects and for the overall organization and management and release management that each project has its own printer application snap or scanner application snap. So that Sane will maintain a Sane scanner application snap and they put it into the snap store, and Gutenprint will maintain their Gutenprint printer application snap and put it into the snap store, and HP will put their HP lib printer application snap into the snap store, and so on. And also please not make one printer application for each printer device. So that the HP LaserJet 4 has one, and the HP LaserJet 5 has one, and the HP DeskJet 500 has one, because then the snap store is cluttered with thousands and thousands of printer and scanner applications, and you don't see the real applications in the snap store anymore, because there are some needles in the haystack of printer and scanner applications. And also on a system, on a server with 10 devices, you do not want to have 10 printer applications. And also you have a duplication of code on one machine, so you need more storage and RAM space for that. So please, one per project, not one per device. And for the Snap Store's hardware signature search, we will support that one application will support more than one hardware device. Don't worry about that. So, and also the printer or scanner application, if there are several devices connected to the system and they are served by one printer and scanner application, for example, you have several HP printers and they are all served by the HP lib printer application, do not open a port for each device. To not run out of ports, and ports are also a thing which are not always being the same on each boot, because another printer application can start up before on the next boot. Take one single port and use extended URIs as here IPP localhost and port, and then IPP print, and not only IPP print, but IPP print / and the name of the device. And this way, one printer application can cope with several devices and only take a single port. So DNSSD service names must be always the same. So they should not depend on ports or something which changes from boot to boot, or on the order of device discovery. To make sure that it also works, that a printer application can serve several devices of the same model, include in the DNSSD service name the serial number of the device, or the device's zero-conf host name which it contains. And the web admin interface, it should have also it should always be there, and there should be some control points for the user always available. First, you have a printer application, and it is recommended that it auto setups the supported printer, so that when a user simply takes the printer application from the Snap Store, he can immediately print when he has installed the printer application. And in some cases, this can be a problem. For example, if you have two print applications which support one and the same printer, and you decide which printer application you want to actually print. So the web interface should contain some option that you can somehow blacklist a printer, somehow tell this printer should not be auto set up. And you also should have a possibility to manually set up printers. For example, if you have a legacy printer which cannot be auto-discovered in the network, so that you can also manually set up by entering its IP address. And also, many manufacturers have printers with options, or free software projects like Gutenprint have options which cannot be translated into IPP attributes. And so a web interface can help to set the defaults of these options which are not accessible by IPP. Samba for you especially important. Yes, and one thing is also Sane-airscan and the Sane scanner application. If you have the Sane scanner application, you probably want to include in it Sane-airscan, but there are different projects. So let us say the Sane-airscan scanner application. It contains Sane-airscan and retrofits it into a scanner application. And the reason of this scanner application is to support ESCL and WSD, and in the future also Twain scanners, and to provide them as an emulated IPP scanner, so that if client applications do only IPP scan in the future, so that we can access all these driverless scanners which do not do IPP scan. But it was already in the last day's discussion shown that it can cause a problem. Sane-airscan will also support IPP scan as a client. And so it will discover IPP scanners and will discover itself. So Alex, or whoever will write the scanner.
Still, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
I think you need to push up a bit because we have already overshot a couple of minutes.
Yes.
So sorry for that.
Yes, I will do it. The scanner application, here you should make use of the possibility in a snap that you don't need to build the you don't need to build the full version of the software. You can leave out things by configure options, leave out the IPP scan support in Sane-airscan, so that this scanner application does not find IPP scanners, because for this we don't need a scanner application. And to avoid the scanner bomb that this Sane-airscan scanner application discovers itself. So this is also important. There was today a lot of discussion. I did not read all of it, of the students, what ideas they all have to suppress it, but it's that simple. So next, I think I'm nearly ready now. Yes. I'm nearly ready with the talk, but we are not ready with environment to program printer and scanner applications. We are still in the middle of the work. So despite of the incredible work of the whole team, Mike, Sweet, Alex, Avik, all the students, and so on, we did not finish the tools and resources yet. And we need a lot of things. First of all, we need documentation. For this, we have fortunately a student working in Google Season of Docs for us, and he will make a tutorial for the free software projects and for the manufacturers to design guidelines for design guidelines for packaging printers and scanner drivers and printer applications. And this will happen in the next 3 months from mid-September up to beginning December. And then we will need the finalization of PUPL, as Mike told. We need the finalization of CUPS filters, as I told. We need to gain experience in writing printer applications, therefore Sambaf on Gutenprint, and my student on PostScript PPD printer applications and general retrofitting. Also, my student is working on a CH-root jail to retrofit closed source drivers. We have the plugin and extension for Snapcraft work, which is on the way by the Snapcraft team. And we need to finalize the CUP Snap, where the Snapd team is working on the interfaces and permissions. Yes, this is all a lot of work, which is in the works. And there, thank you to all who are participating and making this possible. And now let us get to the questions.
I think
Questions? Do we have anything on the... Ah, yes, I see now, Alex. Yes, Alex, it's about the Sane API and getting rid of it. It's simply about the snappability. Imagine that the client application, which allows scanning, is in one snap, and the scanner drivers in another snap. They have to communicate by network protocol or by dbus. And so we select for this protocol something existing and something which is a standard, which is an open and free standard. And therefore we use IPP scan. This means the driver is a scanner application, an emulator of an IPP scanner. And the client is an IPP client which scans via IPP. In a first approach, to get any existing software quickly snapped, we simply use the IPP scan as a client, which is Sane-airscan, as soon as the student has done her part on it. This we snap together with the client, and so the client snap is doing IPP scan for scanning. But in the future, why should the client use the Sane interface when it does IPP scan in all cases? Why do we not simply let the client directly IPP scan? We will not say that the Sane project has to give up. The Sane project has so many sub-projects of drivers. So we let the Sane project maintain a scanner application which wraps all the Sane drivers. So all the legacy scanners which were supported by Sane will continue to be supported. And every change on the Sane drivers, which is done to quickly add some more models, will make it into the Sane scanner application. So the support of legacy scanners goes on. If new scanner drivers are written from scratch, they should be written as a native scanner application without embedded Sane, so that we have something which has no restrictions of the Sane interface compared to the IPP scan interface. I don't know which interface is the more abundant with more functionality and which is the more restricting of the two, or whether one is restricting at one side and the other is restricting on another side. Alex?
Till I think you can take it up with Alex over the mail. So I
Yes.
think Ira is already waiting, and we have overshot by a couple of minutes.
Yes, yes.
So I think we should start the next session immediately.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. So I'm taking the presenter rights from you.
Yes.
Ira, are you there?
Yes, I am.
So extremely sorry to make you wait for so long.
That's okay.
Yeah, I have made you the presenter, and you should be able to control your slides.
Ira, if you want, you can turn on your camera if you have one.
I did, but it didn't work.
So no problem.
We can
Yes.
see you, Ira, now. Probably you are on mute. If you can unmute yourself.
Sorry, this interface is confusing. Okay, so this is the cover slide. You can read it. The slides are available. Next.
You have to spin. Press page down or arrow down.
Where? I see no such.
Or go with the mouse into the slide, and then you see at the bottom some buttons with which you can spin.
Oh, thank you. All right. So the IPP IETF work group was chartered in March 1997. Most of the members had been members of the IETF printer working group, which developed the printer MIB version 1 and later in the 2000s printer MIB version 2. IPP was based entirely on the abstract printing model in ISO 10175 document printing application, which was published in 1996 but written in the early 1990s. The IPP workgroup concluded in August 2004. The last IETF IPP RFCs were published in 2003, except for the update of IPP 1.1. We'll see that. And I'm not going to, because these are long lists of documents, I will just say, take a look at the slides. I have listed the documents here, not in a particular order, but in order of publication for the IETF documents. IPP 1.0 was experimental. It was not, in fact, widely implemented, except in a Microsoft interface. And come on, computer. There were a number more documents. IPP 1.1, the first standards track version, was published in September of 2000 and is obsoleted by RFC 8010, which we're going to see a little bit later. And no, none of those work. lastly, after, as you saw, quite a few IPP documents, which I don't have time to talk about at all, Mike Sweet, with me helping a bit, but Mike Sweet for 3 years updated RFC 29, whatever, 2910 and 2911. And they became RFC 8010 and RFC 8011, and they were published in January of 2017. About a year later than that, they became Standard 92, one of the small handful of full standards in the IETF. And they had what turned out to be an awful lot of clarifications and errata that were cleared up in the course of that 3 years. Let me find a next slide. Okay, the PWG IPP work group, the PWG itself and the IPP work group were chartered in 1999 under the IEEE ISTO as the successor to the IETF IPP work group. And we became the successor for email that flowed to the old work group and so on. Danny Brennan has watched that for years for us. The PWG IPP work group maintains the IETF and PWG IPP standards, the IANA printer IPP registry of IPP operations and attributes, and the IETF and PWG MIBs for imaging devices. In order of their PWG number, but not date order, this is all of the IPP documents, or almost all of the IPP documents published by the PWG. You can see Finishings 2.1 was updated quite recently. You can also see that the document object 1.1 was updated just last year. Finishings has been revised several times and extended considerably. Also, the job extensions was originally published in the early 2000s and was updated last year in August of 2019. A few of these got updated a couple of times, but need more updates, as we will see. And let me mention IPP Everywhere version 1.1 was published in May of this year and is the update to IPP 1.0 of about 4 or 5 years ago. Also, the fax service was published fairly recently, and the scan service, and I apparently failed to put the version numbers on these slides. Sorry about that. But if you go to the PWG website, it has all of the information and an abstract of everyone and the download link. Quite recently, transaction-based printing extensions was developed, which is for pay-for-print environments like kiosks and so on. And even more recently, I don't know why I didn't get the versions on these, I apologize. The shared infrastructure extensions, which are the cloud printing extensions. There's a little bit more cloud printing extensions in IPP system service, which is, is right here. It was published in November of 2019. I can see I got a few of these things out of, I'm not sure why. Oh, I know why. Because they're not in date order, they're in the order of the PWG number, meaning the first version that was published. The Implementer's Guide version 2.0 is an extensive, really good document, which in each use case or scenario has a good, better, and best behavior by a printer, and sometimes by a client as well, by a submitting system for a best practice for using IPP. Best practice in the sense of best performance of what the user's intent was in the print job. The IPP Everywhere Self-Cert manual was also updated in May of this year, and the IPP 3D printing extensions were updated in March last year, and probably will have a minor update in the next year or two because of some collaborations with other standards bodies I'll touch on very briefly. The IPP system service, which I think probably Mike and Till and others have already mentioned, is the new, defines the first new object, top-level object for many years in IPP, the system object, which has subordinate to it printer objects, whether they are for the print service or the scan service or the fax out service or transform or some other service. Also, recent important IPP registrations are the label printing extensions, which I believe have already been talked about a bit today, and system service discovery, which is a small update for DNSSD discovery and for the the text record in DNSSD to support discovery of IPP printers, which is being covered by this open printing logo. Sorry about that. The PWG has a series of formal written liaisons and informal liaisons with many standards bodies and consortia with MOPRIA Alliance. We just renewed that recently with SIP4, who defined JDF, who most of you have probably heard of. It's used in production printing heavily. In the Broadband Forum, who defined CWMP, a wire management protocol widely used in telecom networks, with DMTF, who defined the core information model, SIM, and the core information model underlies a great deal of ISO and IETF work, and the PWG actually developed object classes and attributes in the SIM model for most of the basic functionality of an IPP printer, up to and including notifications and subscriptions. Also with IETF, of course, through ongoing work with IANA and IETF, and with IEEE. I skipped over in that long list of IETF IPP specs. There is an RFC for the IPP URL scheme, and there is an RFC for the IPPS URL scheme. And I will go on. There are, in 3D printing, the PWG has a number of both informal and written formal liaisons with America Makes and the ANSI Additive Manufacturing Standardization Collaborative. Paul Tycody is our lead on most of these and has been attending meetings here and around the world over recent years with respect to 3D printing. With ASTM, again on additive printing, with JTC1 via a brand new liaison with Insights, and Insights is part of ANSI. It's a subordinate part that does just liaisons with ISO committees. There are several more here. Quite recently with the PDF Association, we are in progress of negotiating a formal liaison with the 3MF consortium, where we've had a liaison for several years, with the Society of Manufacturing Engineers, who support the IRAMP initiative, and you can Google for all these things and find lots of information. And in 3D concrete printing, believe it or not, people print bridges, not just to try it, but actually to build real bridges and pieces of buildings and so on. The ACI is the American Concrete Institute. ASTM is mentioned above, and US NIST has a whole project where they're actually supporting, with some other government agencies, standards work in concrete printing and we are engaging with them about using, for instance, IPP over the wire to the concrete printers in the same way as IPP over the wire to production or home conventional 3D printers that print in metal or plastic or something that we're more likely to think of than concrete. But it turns out that concrete printing is a very important area. Metal printing on a high-end multi-million-dollar printers is becoming extremely important in the automotive industry, the aircraft industry, and others. There's current work in IPP, and let me say I highlighted the scheduled prototype or stable draft dates on all of these here, and they are all wrong because we had a meeting last week and almost all of them slipped by 1 quarter. But you can look at Mike's minutes from the IPP sessions last week, or you can add one to all of the quarter dates, and most of those are true, 1 or 2. I think production printing may indeed still be Q4, but enterprise printing extensions moved to Q1 2020, and driverless printing moved to Q2. Oh, no, I didn't get that. They both moved out. Encrypted jobs, and okay, so those first 3 are revisions, major revisions of early IPP specs from 20 to 10 years ago, major ones with new names. They used to have names like job and printers attributes set 3, meaningless names. They now have meaningful names. Driverless printing extensions is the basis of IPP everywhere. It's the slight extension of IPP 1.1 or IPP 2.0 that supports IPP everywhere. Enterprise printing extensions is for enterprise class printers, and production printing extensions is for what's called in the marketplace light production printing, that is printers that might be in a large enterprise shop, as opposed to printers 60 to 100 feet long that are not the targets of IPP production printing. For that, use ZIP4 JDF. Encrypted jobs and documents addresses the problem that's been perceived for many years that IPP with TLS, the IPPS URL scheme, supports encryption and authentication and integrity checking over the wire for the print data content, as well as for the attributes, the job processing attributes in IPP headers. But when that data arrives at a target printer or in an intermediate spooler, that data is then in the clear. Encrypted jobs and documents is about client-side encryption at the application level of the document content and the job attributes, and the fact that they can only be decoded at the presumably at the target printer, and it has mechanisms for that. It's currently being prototyped in at least 2 places that I know of, and I think it probably will reach a stable draft in Q1 2021, maybe Q2. A stable draft is the last from initial to interim several times to prototype several times, finally to stable. Those are the stages in the PWG working draft cycle. And so when you've reached stable, you can go first to working group last call and then to PWG last call. The latter lasts 4 weeks and is followed by a 4-week PWG formal approval, a vote. So it takes 2 months after it comes out of the work group before it can be published. assuming there was no editorial comments. Might be or if there were. Accounting with IPP is a best practices document that Mike Sweet has been championing and working on. Sorry about the fact that I failed to recognize that the open printing logo was cutting off text on several of these lines. I made these slides very quickly a week ago. But job accounting with IPP takes some 50 existing IPP printing attributes and talks about how they can be used to implement various features of job accounting, which typically today come from unique applications from each printer manufacturer or from managed print service providers, and they use proprietary SNMP MIBs, not even the standard ones, and so on. So this is an attempt, an effort to make IPP, to encourage that IPP be used for higher quality and open standards-based job accounting and logging and so on. I will hit another here. Okay, very briefly, two last slides. Future work in IPP. System service update for cloud printing. We're going to add the register output device operation. It is actually there, but we're going, I believe, but we're going to add it support for a proxy X509 certificate, and that relates to the update to infrastructure update, which is for that similar registration for a proxy X509 certificate, and it provides a little more standards-based glue for cloud printing, the two together. The rest of the future work that is here are pending errata, and I have listed them in the order of the PWG standards number, not their date, but with the dated version, so you can tell. There are more than a dozen that, because I think there's a few more on the next page. No, there isn't. All right. Well, we've gotten shorter. We've gotten some of our errata done. This list used to have about 15 or 16 specs, but Mike and Smith Kennedy have been updating those specs. The printer state extensions and the MFD alerts are related. They both relate to printer alerts, and there's a couple of small issues that I need to fix that were found in the last few years, and we'll do those. And there are a couple of minor errata for fax. I think the scan errata actually got taken care of. Infrastructure extensions has some more errata, but again, almost all of these errata are editorial. That is, they're generally not technical errata. So the specs without the errata updates are fairly stable. And if you go to the PWG site and you look up on the IPP, on the standards page in 5100 series, which is IPP, you can see the errata that have been filed against any of them. So you can read if the errata is relevant to if you're implementing. And that is the end of my talk, done not as quickly as I hoped. These are links to open printing on Twitter, to the mailing list, to which it would be wonderful if you all subscribed, the Telegram link for chat, the IRC link on Freenode, and the GitHub repository for open printing. There is also a GitHub repository for PWG, IPP stuff. And thank you. And I think probably if you have questions, send me email. It's easy to find. And it's also on the first slide of this slide, these slides. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ira, for this nice presentation with respect to IPP. So in case there are any questions, we'll put up a page in our open printing web page so that there can also be a discussion initiated. Okay, so I will just try to switch on the last slide for the day, and I'll take up the presenter rights. So till, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay, great. So I'll just quickly put up the last slide of the day. Okay, so everyone, thanks for hearing us all through. So we have been talking a lot with respect to scanning, printing, IPP standards, 3D printing, how we can improve things with respect to print and scan, making it driverless. But I mean, I started today's micro conference telling about that we have some news with respect to scanning as well. So sorry,
With
fax as well.
fax.
Right. So fax, the good news is fax is not leaving behind. So we are trying to make fax also driverless, so that you need not to bother about what driver to install with respect to fax. There has been a good good development in this area in the last few days. So let me take you through the details. Okay, so IPP Fax Out, what it is actually, or what is the mechanism that we plan to do? Maybe there is a similarity with respect to print, but this will fairly give an idea, and this will also open up the room for any kind of discussion to make it improved, or it will also initiate the discussions on the scope of improvements. So if we think about print, in print you have an URI which comes as /IPP/print. So the concept we are thinking for fax is we will be having similar thing, like instead of print, here we will be having IPP/fax out. So this will be a determining factor whether whether the fax attribute is present for that particular printer. And all this is based out of the IPP attributes, which is basically the Internet Printing Protocol. And this has to be supported from the firmware level. So this is not on the driver. So when we are talking about driverless, it's actually more the communication is more in between the OS and the firmware. So generally how it happens is the capabilities of the printer are polled for. So you might be having a couple of printers connected over the network, or your printer might be connected over the USB. So how does one understand whether that supports driverless? So basically the printers are queried for. So there are SNMP queries as well, where the printer responds. So it's like a query is thrown to in the network. It's an SNMP query, and then the printers respond saying that, well, I do support driverless. Now, if the printer supports driverless, which is basically whether it supports the IPP standards, then the next set of queries are done asking, okay, fine, you have said that you support driverless. Now give me the list of what all specific features you support. Based on that, based on the list that is received from the firmware end, the next set of things are done. So with respect to printer, with that particular data is passed. So similar is the thing for scan, which is being thought about. So it's like couple of devices, couple of printers which are now available in the market have that capability. So it depends on the software side to use to have the use of it, or to use it to the fullest. Now there are two ways, or we have divided the work into two parts. One is the GUI part for the UI development, and another one is the non-UI part. So the non-UI part is it's the thing which I described for print. It's for the backend processing. And from the GUI part also, we need to have a couple of implementations so that the user is able to use the features for fax and leverage all the capabilities of the scanner. So now, with respect, if I talk about the backend part first, so currently in Linux boxes we have this binary driverless. So what basically is driverless? So driverless is basically the component which is a major component in helping you out doing the driverless print. So if you just do a driverless, then you can get the URIs of the printer. You can understand which all printer supports the driverless feature, and then you are creating the PPD or based upon what all features is being supported by the printer. Similarly, the plan is to make it for fax as well. So think of another binary by the name driverless-fax, or you might as well argue on a better name, and we will be happy to accept that. So this binary will do the similar thing for fax. So the basic concept lies, it's the responsibility of this binary to figure out whether the device has support for fax, whether the firmware of this particular device supports driverless fax. If so, it will give you the URI of the fax fax printer. So, and based on that, the data will be parsed, and it will create the supporting things, like we have the PPD in printer. So it will create the supporting things to do a PPD generation, and that will in turn help you out to print out of fax out of your box. So this is the concept, and so this is all about the backend part. But how do you use it? You need to give the user an UI. Otherwise, even if you have a brilliant feature from the backend, if you do not give a wholehearted support from your UI level, your end user will not be able to even know whether fax is supported or not, or how easy it is to use. So the other part requires a lot of work on the CPDP stuff, which we are also working on for the last few years. So that is under development. So so very soon we have plans to have a nice UI with a print dialog. So we are trying to support the fax UI stuff also there, so that we can have an end-to-end solution with respect to fax. So this is the concept which we are planning for fax, and I'm happy to say that the backend part, a part of the backend, is already done by our LFMP student, which is Linux Foundation Mentorship Program student. So thanks to Linux Foundation again for helping us out with this platform. So in the next 2 months, we hope the student will be able to complete the entire part of the backend. And the remaining part, which will be there with the respect to the GUI, we also plan to implement it soon. So that was the thing with respect to fax. So I open it up for questions. If there are any questions, we can take up. So Till, do you want to add anything on this part? Till, are you able to hear me?
Yes, for the next Ubuntu release end of October, which had feature freeze yesterday, it will have already basic fax support from the work of our student, which means this driverless utility with a name driverless fax is in there in CAPS filters and will work, and you can set up a fax queue, and with the LibreOffice and also with the GTK print dialog, you can already supply a phone number in such fax queues and fax away.
Right. So we all, it will be a great day with respect. Yeah, it will be a great day when all, when we will have full support for scan, fax, and print in our Linux boxes, and probably that will give the best user experience.
Yes.
So, if there are no questions, then we are almost at the end of the session. So before we end today's micro conference at Linux Plumbers, I would like to take the opportunity to thank all the speakers who who have given the brilliant presentations with respect to print and scan, especially with respect to how the future looks like. So thank you for coming up and giving us your time and presenting. And before this session, a special thanks to Till. So he just completed 20 years on printing with free software. So I think this small presentation from Till on his experience in the last 20 years of taking print from where it was and where it is now will be a good thing to end Linux Plumbers open printing micro conference for 2020. And all the discussions, all the nice and great discussions we had in today's session, probably we will be able to take it back and work on it. We would like to retrospect on those and plan up for a better future, so that next time when we meet, we have some more exciting news to share with you all. So let's hope for the best. So thank you again, and having said all that, I hand it over to Till to share a small note on his journey.
Yes, I also want to say thank you to everyone who has presented on this session and has participated in the discussion, asked questions, and so on. And also thank you to Ritwik for doing the write-up of everything which is happening here. So now, it was 20 years ago when I was in the beginning of 2000, I was a system administrator. And I learned in a magazine about cups. There was an article about cups. Cups was new. It released 1.0 or was still in the last beta release candidate. And it was a really great work from Mike Sweet. The article was written by some German guy, Kurt Pfeifler, and he wrote a great article. And I tried cups in our university network and solved all the problems, especially with a color laser printer to access the options without needing the proprietary stuff which came with it. And the people liked it. And I wrote a first little print dialogue called X Printing Panel and published it via Fresh Meat. And then the author of the Cups article, Kurt Pfeifler, he invited me to show this dialogue on the Linux Tag, the in that time biggest Linux trade show in Europe. It was in Germany. And I've presented it, and the people of MandrakeSoft discovered me and invited me to work for them in Paris to switch Mandrake Linux from LPD to cups. And I started that 1st of August 2000, so exactly 20 years ago. And then in 2001, there was a printing summit, I think by HP and VA Linux, and I was invited to there. And there we have founded Open Printing. So I think it was more or less in August of 2001. And with my Mike's and other upstreams work, the other distributions also switched to cups. And so LPD and LPING he died, and CUPS was the standard as printing system for free software. Also, Apple adopted CUPS for Mac OS X. I don't know in which year, and then they have employed Mike, and then Mike was working for Apple and continuing CUPS as free software. And in 2006, I organized the first Open Printing Summit, and from that in Atlanta. And from that time on, we continued annually to have an Open Printing Summit. And this Open Printing Summit made me getting invited by the that time Free Standards Group, now Linux Foundation, to work with them and to continue open printing as full-time. And in the same year, I was also invited by Canonical. And as I had my last time when I had a booth on the Linux Talk, and there Mark Shuttleworth bumped into me, and he probably talked, and I talked with him, and he probably talked with his people, and I got invited also. And with the time now, I'm 100% employee from Canonical and not from the Linux Foundation anymore, but Linux Foundation I'm still fellow member of. And I've all the time done the same work, making printing just work in free software. And so I'm mainly doing the upstream stuff, open printing, CUPS filters, and Google Summer of Code summits, and all of this nice stuff to get this wonderful world of printing and scanning, and also packaging naturally for Ubuntu, the printing stuff. And from 2008 on, we were nearly every year participating as the Linux Foundation, as I have applied always for the Linux Foundation as mentoring organization. Was every year participating in the Google Summer of Code, with the exception of 1 year. And so we had a lot of students working for us for open printing. And from 2016 on, Avik Basu from Lexmark entered as our program manager to build up a community around open printing, because open printing was always not very attractive for volunteers to get in. And so he made it known in the universities. We found students. The students also continue to work for us, to participate in open printing, to set up our website, and to triage bugs, to do a lot of things to make open printing continue, to mentor new students of subsequent Google Summer of Codes and so on. And now, after 20 years, we have a major change, as we have talked about in last year's and this year's micro conference, the new printing architecture and scanning, the wonderful world of printer applications and scanner applications. And that's it. Thank you very much, and thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Till, for the nice history on Linux printing. Maybe you should figure out a date, and we should celebrate it as a birthday of Linux printing.
Yes. It's sad that it has fallen into the pandemic, this 20th, but we can also make the 20 years of open printing, which is 1 year later. Perhaps the pandemic is over, and the next Linux plumbers we will again physically meet.
Right, and there are also plans for some.
It looks nice. I think they will they probably, the chances are good they succeed to make the vaccine, and when the vaccine is there, I hope we can again do 12-hour flights without face mask and without danger, and that we can really have physical meetings again.
Right, probably we should have been in
And behave
Canada.
like human beings.
Right, probably we should have been in Canada by today to have a for this conference. But I think there is an advantage also having this one shifted to a virtual one. We could have lot more participation, which is a good thing. So everything has a pros and cons. So there are plans to have open printing micro conference, virtual micro conference, of course, this year. So maybe we can share out the details once we plan something concrete. Thanks to everyone again for joining us for this micro conference, open printing micro conference at Linux Plumbers 2020. Hope to see you next year. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, and I hope you all see you next year again, and also participating whenever possible in the open printing project, which is continuing.
Right. So everyone stay safe and have a nice weekend.
Yes, from me too, and see you.
Right. So till do you should we just log out, or I do not see the end meeting option? So I guess
To end the room, we should save all the data, the public chat,
yeah.
and also Ritwik's work, the shared notes.
Right. So it has been couple of people who have been taking notes. In thanks to Ritwik as well for taking the notes. Not only Ritwik, in between there was Sahil and then Piyush. So thanks to all three of you for taking the nice notes. So we will soon be sharing these notes. I think we need to do it as Etherpad. So till I have downloaded the notes at my end as well. So if you want, you can do it so that we have a copy in both the places in case there are any issues.
It's download ConePad S. What is the?
Yeah, you should download as text and Etherpad.
Yes,
The
I've done
chats,
so.
yeah, and the notes as well. So have you done it for the notes also?
I have to move them. One moment, I must check. So now I have downloaded the shared notes.
Right.
So now I come to the public chat. Yes, the public chat, can I also download it? Save. Yes, the public chat only comes as text.
Okay, then I think
Yes,
we
yes,
can
it has
log out.
worked. It has worked out.
Okay. I do not see anyone from the organizing committee here. I think we should also thank them to give us to have given us the platform
Sky
again.
inside. So at least listening, probably. I don't know, but he has no icon. I don't know what this
Right,
means.
right. So yeah, I also noticed that.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
As our session is recorded, we can simply say thank you to the organizers of the Linux Plumbers. It was a great conference. It was really great with the BBB tool. It worked very well, and so my suggestion is also, when the next conference will not all virtual anymore, that one should make it somehow hybrid, that perhaps the BBB tool is connected somehow to the conference room, so that we can easily also have external speakers and also external participants who cannot travel, but who can make the conference an even better experience.
Okay, so let's log out and have a nice day, everyone.
Yes. See you later.
Yep, see you later.
317 minutes.